Ladies and gentlemen, hello, good evening, and welcome. It is the Blue Otter League Platinum Playoffs. They're finally upon us after a fun week of play-ins 2 weeks ago and a nice week off for Halloween. We are here. We've got Bloom Lotus and the Average Joes. This is an Ixtal matchup coming back in the first week of playoffs. I'm your host, Alls. I am joined by the Bully as my co-caster tonight. Nyarko, unfortunately, is indisposed and will not be joining us, but we're going to have a great time nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, you could see just right now of how strong these players are. Most of them are Emerald or Diamond. When we had a slight different cap for this season, but overall the season looked pretty solid for Bloom Gaming as they ended as the fifth overall seed. But Average Joe's, they kind of started off real hot, and I thought they're gonna end up as like a 2 or 3 seed coming out of the division, but they ended up as a 4 seed. But I think this 4 seed can upset a lot of teams in this playoff bracket. So I can't say this will be a 3-0 because I don't think it will.
Looking to go the distance, huh? You want to make sure we all have as much enjoyment as possible, so you scheduled all the games to be just even?
The last 3 streams we had went to game 5, so it's
Uh,
great for viewing, but
for the rest of us, not so much.
yeah. But the game 5 is always pretty hype. But picking bands are coming out, and we have some pretty standard bands coming out, mainly because a lot of worlds picks kind of came through, kind of affected BOL. It's like, oh, you know what? That's a pretty good pick for comp, so let's go for it.
Yeah, we are still on 1321, if I am recalling correctly. 1322 hasn't quite dropped yet, so none of those changes yet. A little bit surprised we aren't seeing Jinx ban or Prio because she's been so incredibly powerful on this patch. With the new reset mechanics, with a couple of other small changes that she's had in the back of her kit. So the lack of priority here from Bloom, going for the Xayah instead, yeah, it's a little bit of a safer ADC, but will it necessarily pump out as much damage if Average Joe's goes for that Jinx?
Yeah, especially because they kind of banned the Jarvan. Jarvan does makes Jinx life awful
Yeah.
because as a mobile ADC, you don't have anything to kind of self peel for yourself. So the Cataclysm from Jarvan would absolutely demolish you. But the Xayah pick, giving you a lot of self peel, a lot of playmaking ability, pretty solid first pick, and that's countered by the MF, possibly Leona lane.
I don't like this bully. I really don't. I feel like it's so incredibly telegraphed that the Xayah would be able to dodge it. So I like this trade away over to the Braum. I think it's a little bit smarter, a little bit safer, and a little bit easier to execute on, especially for a team that's struggled in recent weeks.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of picking like support super early on. There's a tier to like the best counters in the game, and actually support's up there because it dictates the lane.
Yeah.
So picking a support early on, especially if you do a Leona, is so telegraph of what this bot lane is trying to do, and it can be easily countered by a jungle support duo that just makes your laning just terrible.
Yeah, I mean, there are plenty of great supports on the table still. The Rel is an option, has been incredible recently. Cloudberry has played a lot of Nautilus, a lot of Thresh, even a lot of Zyra, which would do a great job of keeping this Braum at arm's length and poking out the Misfortune, doing what she does better. So there's plenty of options now that this bot lane is locked for Bloom to really make their lives miserable. Instead, they're going for this Maokai. I mean, it's a safe jungler. It does so much in the early game, and with the Nature's Grasp, it's great late. What can average Joes do to kind of respond to this here?
Well, so they're looking for the Nautilus Maokai, especially well, they're gonna take the Ornn. So the Maokai Nautilus pick will was definitely picked the heavily target to make sure Misfortune's bullet time doesn't just go off for the entire duration. Ornn, another big tank in their arsenal, is gonna give a little bit of more frontline engage potential and late game scaling, and you'll get those ornaments that makes just that much more value to your team. But I want to see how Average Joe's decides to take this opportunity to have these two bans. Will they ban the counters to Ornn, which I think they will.
Yeah, they're hovering the Fiora now. The Gwen has been such a long time counter to this champion. It wouldn't be surprising to see that taken off. Zyke's solo queue history is a little bit depressing if you look at it from a KDA standpoint. Very much a team
Yeah,
player, which is great for Bloom because they have so many strong players elsewhere. The ADC is so incredibly strong. Scoobs does great. Jacobri always standing out. Loveless is doing great from the jungle. So you don't need as much strength in the top side. I wouldn't be surprised if they just choose another tank here and just go bludgeon to bludgeon, letting Zyke be that frontliner and absorb all of the threat from this average Joe squad.
Zyke's overall just history of his games. It's a lot of Irelia and then random Jarvan, but that's besides the point. But his Irelia has been pretty solid. I wonder if he's going to attempt to play that against Orin. It's going to be a pretty free lane in general, but he does have a Camille in his arsenal, but you got to be careful with that Camille matchup. It's going to get banned out. Never
Yeah.
mind.
No Camille coming out here. There's still plenty of options on the table for Zyke. The Cassante is still an option. We've seen how incredibly powerful Cassante has been. I had the honor of being able to produce the Mirage Combine, and out of the 9 games that I worked, there were 9 Cassantes. And every
Yep.
single
I
game,
mean,
the Cassante was absolutely mind-blowingly good. So
that's what happens when you have a tank that can also be an assassin. So, I
he's a
mean,
tank, assassin, healer, lifestealer, bruiser, jungler,
CC, CC
duelist.
spot.
Uh,
Yeah, it's
it's
just
it's a healthy
it's
champion, 200
obnoxious,
years.
dude. At this point, it's like 5,000 years. But the Talia, that's gonna be an interesting pick if
Yeah,
it
I
goes
like
through.
this. I like this from the Joes. It leaves it a little bit ambiguous what they're going to do here because this could go into the jungle or it could go in mid lane. So Bloom can't really counterpick anything here.
Yeah, it gives them a little bit more DPS, especially if they're going for it the jungle. If this is a Maokai jungle, this Talia should be pretty safe, and they're gonna have a lot of ability to make plays, especially with the Talia, the Braum. I kind of want to see a little bit more damage coming out from average shows. You can't just have the MF being a primary damage dealer, especially against what we're possibly gonna see a double ADC. We will. So you're gonna have to pick another heavy damage dealer as for average shows, or you're just gonna get heavily targeted. And there's the Gwen.
Yeah, I mean, this is an incredibly well-rounded comp from Bloom. The double ADCs pump damage, Gwen a perfect counter to Ornn at all stages of the game, Maokai Nautilus, so much lockdown, so much frontline. Average shows they've got a good team comp, but as you said, it's so reliant on this misfortune to be untouched in the backline, to be able to get those bullet times off, that unless they can lock something in here to completely shift, it's still going to be rough. And Yone,
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't like the Wind Brother here.
it's gonna be difficult, especially because you're playing against a Tristana mid. That early game is gonna be very rough. And you make one misstep, you're probably just gonna get blown up by the Tristana. The lanes for Bloom Gaming are incredibly well-rounded and pretty safe, and have a lot of priority in this early game. It feels like top lane, it's a Gwen versus Ornn. The Ornn should be losing that. Mid lane, you're gonna have zero priority if you're the Yone. Bot lane, you're playing MF Braum. Yes, you have a lot of opportunity to like go for some heavy trades. But then again, you're gonna be playing against this Xayah Nautilus, and this Nautilus is gonna have free roaming potential for like the majority of the game.
Absolutely. And on top of that, I think that Maokai has more gank presence than Talia. Yes, Talia does have the Seismic Shove and the Stone Field to help with ganks a little bit, but overall, the capacity to cause chaos with a Flash, Twisted Advance, Bramble Smash is just so much more that I
Mhm.
worry that Argo isn't going to have any effect on these lanes that, as you said, are already losing and will continue to lose as we get out of lane phase, right? Those
Yep,
matchups don't get any better for the average Joes. It feels
exactly.
like they're relying on coin flips, and for the lower ranked team and the team that hasn't been performing, I really don't like that strategy.
Yeah, the big thing about the Lotus comp is that they could play as a skirmishing type of comp. They don't need to take all out trades. They could look for just skirmishes. Gwen could just be perma like side lane, forcing a big part of the comp for ever shows to match them. If it's gonna be the Ornn, then the Ornn's probably gonna die. If it's a Yone, that's a lot of damage just gone.
Mhm.
So that's just going to give the opportunity for, Maokai to use the Nature's Grasp, Nautilus to just look for the hook, or Tristana side looking for the stall in on top of this more misfortune. So it's going to get really rough for average shows unless they can somehow gain a lead early and then snowball it.
Yeah, but as we said, finding that lead is going to be very hard unless they can catch Bloom out in transition or get Jacoby and Zyke to overextend before they reach their big break points and are actually super impactful. But overall, this it almost feels like average Joes are willing to sacrifice a game to try and feel out what Bloom is doing here. This
Yeah,
is yeah, go ahead.
yeah, but they definitely sacrificed the draft, which you didn't need to do, because the main part of this draft is that the fact that they R1 R2 their bot lane for average shows,
Yeah.
and it just gave the opportunity for Bloom Gamers to be like, okay, we know what their bot lane's gonna be. We know how to just get uber priority on this, or at least make sure that we know what kind of comp they're gonna run. If they obviously picked like something like, let's say, some kind of engage support, you know that you're gonna have to, be a little bit more careful. But you have a Xayah, you have a very safe ADC. You're playing with the misfortune. It's not like
Mhm.
a Xayah. It's not like a safer ADC. You're giving a lot of presence to the fact that misfortune is gonna be standing still, trying to use the bullet time. And pairing a Braum with that, blind Braum, is a kind of a death wish in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's not to say, of course, that there aren't R1, R2 combinations in the bot lane that aren't
Yeah,
incredible. You could pick, for example, the
has to be like a Rakan,
Kai'Sarel
but
or the Zyra.
like
Yeah, exactly.
yeah,
But it does. It just feels like they're a little bit limited here. And I'm baffled a little bit because Crazy Dog has. Never mind, I see the band. R1. I'm a little bit blind. The glasses don't do any work for me. Uh,
oh, you're thinking if it's a
Yeah, if Rakan is not banned, Rakan
yeah,
R2 here
oh
is incredible for average Joes. That
yeah,
turns the
it'll
whole
definitely
calculus
do.
of this game on its head, but
Yeah. I wonder if they
unfortunately
felt the
banned away.
pressure of needing to pick something right there because they wanted to kind of save Talia, which I don't think is a smart play. Um,
No, you take the flex 100% of the
yeah,
time.
yeah, you 100% take the Talia R2 if you're gonna go that route. Um, but I think they were scared that they might just get kind of bullied in their own jungle, which I think would be false. I think it's much better to have that kind of possibility of getting the counter support, and you possibly get the counter top lane as or mid lane as well. Um, but we'll have to see what average Joes kind of do with this draft. They're going to be in a kind of a iffy situation for the first like 15 minutes of the game, and if they're able to get out of that iffy situation, I'm assuming that they're going to go for like a 1-3-1 comp of making sure that Yon is just in the side lane, just trying to get the 1v1s.
Yeah, we'll absolutely have to see. I think that seeing what happens in game and seeing how this team runs this draft is going to say a lot about what they're planning. But for the moment, I do believe it is time for us to step aside. We got a few minutes left in spectator delay, but when we get onto the Rift, we'll be bringing you this game and as many games as needs to follow to determine which of these teams is moving on. We'll be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome on to the Rift. The teams are loaded in and ready to go. We have Bloom, Lotus on the blue, and Average Joe's on the red. And Bully, the Average Joes have a pretty below average draft this game, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, but let's see if they can just outplay. Obviously, when I see a when I see like a a Yon, they could 1v9. It doesn't matter what the draft is. Let's see how well they play this, because they can just create immense pressure later in the game. They could get the 1v1s. They could get a nasty ultimates off. But one thing that is actually interesting is that we don't see any calls, and that's this is one of the first games I don't see a call for a while. But I
Yeah,
do like
absolutely.
the fact that people start more Dorans items because of the added benefits that or buffs they made a couple patches ago.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's nice to see that change. I wouldn't be surprised though if we saw some early backs, a little bit of cheater recalls out of maybe Scoob and Critical Nugs here to try and get that coal early, get that little bit of extra gold, and really get themselves on track for that first item. That's what we've been seeing a lot recently in terms of balancing out not getting that first item.
I'm actually pretty. I wouldn't be shocked if Jacobra also got it because this should be a pretty free farm lane for basically both Scoobs and Jacobri, both ADCs on Bloom Gaming. So they could just ramp up their scaling pretty easily. Oh,
Yeah, gotta love that double tap, bouncing through, already doing nearly 150 damage, despite the fact that all you have is a Doran's Blade. Feels real good as DMF. You just gotta make sure you're in that window, because otherwise, Scoob's gonna be just fine and gonna have a whole lot more poke. Crazy and Critical
yeah.
do hit level 2 first, though, so they should have pretty good control over this wave and be able to get good first push and a good bounce back.
Oh, wow. I thought Zik was going to get a much better trade up in the top side as, they had the snip snip, the full stack snip snip, and they missed it. But it was a level 2 to level 1, and Dom kind of stayed in the wave. Pretty much could have been abused right there.
Yeah, a little bit of an unfortunate misplay from Zyke, but plenty of time left. The Gwen does get better with time. Will be hurting a whole lot more with those snip snips in the near future. And even with that level 1, you can see starting to cut through that health bar real fast. Dom already down to about 33% health.
Yep. And in the bot side, Critical Nugs and Crazy Dog have been getting a pretty solid advantage right now. Scoops and... Oh, hook goes a little bit wide, but they're able to shove in pretty easily. But we do see Loveless on this bot side ended up pathing bot side, so we're gonna actually see both junglers probably looking for a play bot side within the next like 20 seconds.
Yeah, a little bit surprising that both of the lanes that we earmarked as being significantly better for Bloom in the early game have been a little bit underwhelming here. But Loveless does have the opportunity to gank either of these lanes, so perhaps that'll be enough to right the ship and really get Scoops and Jacoby going here early.
Okay, these double ups are going crazy. That was so far away, but that's also getting a lot of extra gold from the first strike. Crazy Dog is zoning out the bot side of Bloom Gaming, and um, look who's super close. Oh, wow. I'm actually
Jacoby
surprised
has been
Loveless didn't go
found
for that.
behind. Hexify trying to find the knockup, won't get it, so Jacoby is safe, but look at all of this time that he's losing, pushed so far out of this lane. I mean, this Tristana does not have any of the presence we expected her to.
Yeah, I think Loveless actually had the way in bot side. They could at least blown a flash because they were unseen on this bot side. And look how many wards were actually used. That's 3 wards, 2 in the tri-bush, 1 in the river. And that was only a couple seconds ago, so it was totally dark at that point.
Yeah, it just feels like small missteps have been keeping Bloom from being quite as effective as they'd want. Zyke not quite being able to get the trades off perfectly. Loveless being a little bit afraid to pull the trigger. Jacoby not getting the trades they need. Yeah, they are the higher ranked team, and yeah, they have the better draft, but as you said, if Average Joe's wins the hand check, they can easily sniff this one right out from under them.
Yeah, and topside is going pretty good for Bloom Gaming as it should be. 10 CS lead for Zik, but look at what's going to happen in this mid lane though. 10 CS lead already. One big thing to note is how much damage these champions can do if they get Zolo time on these towers. But these double ups are connecting every time, and that's what's actually getting them an advantage in the bot side. Critical Nugs is able to get this poke down, get the first strike stacks. So a lot of extra gold going in their pocket.
Yeah, a little bit of odd positioning from Scoobs and Cloudberry with how telegraphed the double up range is. You'd think they'd be a little bit better at being aware of those areas of effect, but they seem to be getting hit by it more times than not, and as you said, that's really allowing Crazy to keep zoning them out so freely with just these Winter's Bites.
Yeah, and a big thing, Cloudberry actually started the Oracle's lens, so they don't have the extra vision. They can't really put into both the tri-bush and the bot lane river bushes, or they might end up getting ganked, or they'll be totally blind on some spots. So interesting choice from them. Right now, the CS difference is getting pretty big. Zik and Dom are tussling up in top lane.
Yeah, going at it pretty hard. The needlework is available for Zyke here, but and The
Oh,
Ornhorn coming down as well, it looks like, on the minimap, but doesn't connect. Dom forced to flash away, it appears. Ghost and Needlework used by Zyke in response. Everybody's real low up here, and with Argo coming in hot, this could be dangerous for Zyke now.
I think that was a slight communication error in the bot side. I think Cloudbreed. Oh, looks like we have almost Cloudbreed going down, but in the bot side, I think Loveless was clearing a ward and Cloudbreed actually engaged. I think that doesn't get followed up, but
Zyke's
there
in
wasn't.
trouble here. Seismic Shove not going to connect. Zyke forced to dodge away, but the health bar is so low. One more auto will do it. Can the minions take him down?
There it is.
No, the rock does it. First blood goes to Argo. Jacobri is here, but a little bit too late, and will get nothing out of that. Greedy job staying by Zyke there. You have to read the map, know that Argo hasn't been seen, and know that they can come up there and take you out just like that.
Yep.
And now
big thing is
TP.
Ike doesn't
Go
have
ahead.
TP. So
Yeah.
you know, Dom's gonna get this wave, and they're sitting pretty right now. It's not the worst position you could be in as Orin, especially when you get countered in this lane. And this is, it feels like Bloom is playing to average Joe's game plan.
Yeah, they're not taking advantage of the wins they've drafted for themselves. They're letting the players from Average Joes who need to pop off get to the point where they can. I mean, look at that trade from Jacobri. Instead of Rocket jumping out, just took all the punishment from Hexify there, and now with this huge health disadvantage, he's got to be aware of the Fate Sealed. He can't walk up, can't pressure at all, and this means that this mid lane going to be entirely under Hexify's control until Jacobri can get a back off.
Yep. So bot lane has priority for, you know, Critical Nugs and Crazy Dog. Mid lane, full priority for Hexify. So this Dragons is gonna get started. Oh!
Level 6 hit in the bot side, but Glacial Fissure completely whiffs. So Scoops, despite taking a lot of damage from that bullet time, is going to be able to just wander away. First Drake will be going to the Average Joes. That is a Hextech Drake, but on the top side, it does look like Loveless is going to read the map correctly. Gonna pick up that Rift Herald. Dom does want to try and contest this, but it should be fairly free for Loveless, having priority in both mid and top with Hexify roaming away. I don't mind this for Bloom Gaming. We've seen a lot of deprioritization of the first couple of Drakes over the past couple of patches here. As long as Loveless can get this, that is. Argo's had time to roam up and might just be able to force him off.
Zik does have the Needlework available. Oh! Argo.
Weavers.
Oh,
Interesting Weaver's Wall. Smite is still possible. Loveless can get up there. The wall falls down. Here comes the Nature's Grasp. Hexify is in deep. It is smited by red team, but Argo already dead here. Dom in trouble as well as Hexify flashes over the wall on the other side. Dom might just be the sacrifice. There are 4 members alive. Can Dom get the eye? He will get it before going down, but that is still 2 kills in the pocket of Bloom.
Cloudbreed gets that last kill. That was an easy kill that could just been secured by anyone. They could have gave it to anyone. Instead, Cloudbreed ends up getting the last auto in.
Oh, Hexify now caught out. Going to get hit by the explosive charge. That's going to be enough. Hexify is dead. Well, he took the other kill, but he gave that one right to Jacobri.
Yeah, that's 2 kills for the Tristana. That was definitely a fight that Bloom wanted, especially when you have Zik on this Gwen. The Needlework is going to do so much damage. They have so much team fight potential in that small area that they love that fight. Yes, they lost the Rift Herald, but in the end, they gained a huge advantage in this mid lane.
Yeah, really now the only weak point for this squad is going to be Scoobs, who is down a huge amount of CS after being left alone for so long. Just really doesn't have any staying potential against Critical Nugs, it feels like. Those bouncing bullets doing so much. Zyke taking some rough trades against Dom as well. Has all that gold from those turret plates, but if you don't spend it, it don't matter.
Yeah, they're going to end up going back right here. I think they wanted to reset anyway, so they just wanted to push out. The funny thing is, that was Critical Nugs' first back, and they're going to come back with a full Ghost Blade. So that's going to be a lot of damage on that bullet time. If Scoops gets caught out, they'll just go down to a full duration of that bullet time.
Yeah, that's going to be miserable for this Zion Nautilus. They're going to have to be very careful in the near future. Unless they can dodge the Glacial Fissure, they're going to be in a rough spot. And we do see Argo coming down, looking to pressure onto this bot lane. Once again, the Glacial Fissure comes down, knocks up onto both. Crazy Dog, though, taken down to about half health. Might die before the fight starts in earnest.
Oh!
Beautiful ultimate from the Nautilus. delays the bullet time. Now Scoop's in trouble though. The flash forward from Critical Nugs trying to get that last auto attack will come through. Cloudberry now in trouble, trying to lock up people long enough for Lotus and Jacobri to get there. Argo going very low. Jacobri should have it with this explosive charge, and the reset might be enough to follow up on other kills. Jacobri looking to go under the turret? No, just the one. So that's a 2-for-1 in favor of the average Joes.
Yeah, actually, Scoobs kind of delayed the Featherstorm quite a bit. They took a lot of damage, and when they used the Featherstorm, they were pretty much like 100 HP. So I think they kind of saved it for too long. They could have used it a little bit earlier, but they end up going down. The re-engage was alright. They go for 1-for-1 on that re-engage by Cloudberry, but that's another kill for the Tristana. Tristana will get a couple plates, especially in the bot side. So honestly, that was actually a pretty good trade for Bloom, all said and done.
Yeah, I mean, it's not great. You don't want Scoops to be in this much of a hole. You don't want Critical Nugs to be in a position where they're able to carry. But Jacobri now 3-1, getting all of this gold fed into them, looking to perhaps find a little bit of cheese here onto Nugs and Crazy Dog. I think you got to back out here. This is too dangerous. Yeah, Jacobri thinks better of that one. But on the reset, they should have the Kraken Slayer. Unless they die here, Jacobri's going to get stunned up under the turret. Crazy Dog trying to tank for critical, but they don't quite have the damage quite yet.
Yeah, they kind of try to bank that they're not going to step in the bush in the bot side, and they'll expend a flash because of that risk they took. Plus, they're not going to get back in time to save another plate, so it should be 2 plates out? No.
No, with the rotation from Scoobs. Yeah. I mean, still, a little bit of an unforced error from Jacobri. Does pick up the Kraken Slayer, so is feeling great about that, as well as the fully upgraded boots. This is a strong Tristana right now. This is a big point of power. Hopefully, they can do a little bit more and a Hexify. It's been underwhelming so far in these mid lane trades. Jacobri's just being outplayed, but as long as they can keep up this pressure and keep growing the lead they have, they should be alright overall. Zyke as well, picking up first turret unopposed and unhelped here. That's pretty impressive, getting all that gold into their pocket.
Lotus taking a ton of damage, especially because... Oh! Hexify actually...
In a little bit of trouble here, yeah. We'll be
trying to defend that Rift Herald mid.
Yeah, we'll get the charge off, all that gold going into the pockets of Dom, actually, who was the one to pick that up. Jacobri now in a little bit of trouble as the Glacial Fissure does connect into them. I think they might just lose this mid turret. Nature's Grasp does come out. Critical Nugs is the target of all of the ultimates, and the Gwen is here. The bullet time is stopped, but Loveless has already fallen. It is now a 2v4, but Zyke has gotten 2. So it will be a 2-for-2 overall in a 2v5. Or 3v5, rather. That's pretty impressive for Bloom to not have that go worse.
Yeah, I mean, I think they could have just called it right there, just tried to defend the turret, and maybe they go for the play on the dragon, but...
Scoobs is having a time here, forced to use that Featherstorm to try and stay alive, but Dom, good dodge on the pullback, might just die here. Last bonk will do it, and there we go. Jacobri has joined this fight, though, looking to follow on to Argo. Not enough with the explosive charge, and why, Scoobs?
I know, Scoobs is making some interesting plays right there. Ends up looking for like the solo play with not much damage and just pretty much hands over a kill for free. But going back to that dragon, I think at that point you have to give it up. You used a lot on that fight mid lane. You know, you don't have the Nature's Grasp, you don't have your Gwen with you anymore. Scoobs was pretty much going to be zoned out. They would have to wrap around unless they wanted to flank at side, which is probably not the best play. So
yeah, we saw how
I
that
think they
went.
should just give that up and just look for this reset on to Scoobs, and they could have just played for the third dragon or
behind the misfortune by Jacobri here. They really want to find critical nugs. Damage going to come down. The explosive charge coming out. One more rocket jump. Will that be enough? Yes, Jacobri now on a rampage. Crazy Dog locked up. That's going to be 2 kills handed into the pocket. No, Scoobs picks that up. Boy, this Tristana is terrifying, isn't she?
Yep. Actually, Scoobs was given that kill. Oh, Zig's trying to solo the Herald.
Yeah, this is a little bit sketchy now as Argo and Dom are here. Health bar going very low on the Gwen. Gwen will fall, and they lose a mid-turret besides, so trade feeling a little bit worse now. They do get the pickup of the bot outer, but average Joes are keeping this as close as they can.
I'm surprised. I'm actually astonished why Zig went for that Rift Herald. You sent 4 bot you know what they're gonna try to do if they're average Joes? They're gonna try to answer with something else on the other side of the map, and that is probably gonna be that Rift Herald. And look at that, they run into Zik trying to solo Rift Herald and they get a free kill for it.
Yeah, I mean, this game, a lot of the mistakes from Bloom feel like players trying to do too much. That 3v5 didn't have to happen, but they tried to trust their hands and failed pretty badly. That Rift Herald was just unnecessary. Scoob's trying to flank in a 2v4. They do find the Braum here, caught out in the bot side, and Cloud, once again, Jacobri is here. Critical Nugs just does not have any map awareness. They're just farming this misfortune now. 4-0-3 is Jacobri, and Scoob suddenly 3 kills of their own, but on the top side, Rift Herald coming down, so they're going to trade at least something back on the average Joe side.
Yeah, Jacoby's actually playing out of his mind right now. If it wasn't for him, um, the average
Oh
Joe's might be
no,
winning this game.
Hexify.
Oh,
Hexify is
Hexify.
not allowed to do
Can't
that.
do
That was
that.
so greedy.
A lot of the times in these leagues, people will try to overcommit to try to defend something by themselves when, you know, there's a good chance you die. Kind of like what Zake is doing right now.
Yeah, that was a weird call. They will get a third charge off on this inhibitor turret. They might just take the inhibitor here. Zyke is too low health to respond to this. This is actually a macro win for average Joes. They get 3 turrets compared to just 1 from Bloom.
Yeah, not a lot of recalls coming out early. They decided to go with the base race against the Rift Herald. You know who's gonna win that? The Rift Herald. So
Every time.
yeah, so the gold lead is still only 1.2k in favor of Bloom, but 2 dragons on the side of average Joes. You definitely don't want to get to that soul point, especially once an Infernal Dragon. That's gonna be a lot of damage that where Jacoby can just get blown up, especially when Critical Nox is still pretty strong. They are working on their second item, and once that's completed, the bullet time, if used in a safe position where it doesn't get interrupted, could 1v9 a team fight.
I will say, if it doesn't get interrupted is such a big point because Cloudberry has been so on top of that. Every time the bullet time comes out, it's immediate R, R, R. Critical Nugs is not allowed to exist, and getting caught out here isn't even going to get to use the bullet time as they get demolished. Last breath used to get into this fight, but Hexify taking so much damage, forced to be very thankful that Shadow was there to bring them back out of the fight, but that is an ADC destroyed, and no damage left to carry this fight until Argo gets here. I mean,
the Buster Shot actually interrupted the Searing Charge from Dom, so it stopped the knockup that would have occurred. I don't think anyone would actually fall for it, but at the same time, Zig was pushing up top lane, so we can see the power of this Bloom Gaming team comp. Yes, their laning phase kind of went.
Oh, crazy gets caught again. Right, this is indefensible. You know the Nautilus can land the hooks, guys.
Yeah, Cloudberry has been on top of these hooks now. You know, early game it didn't feel that good, but Vic is just found a couple of people in mid lane. But yeah, it didn't feel that good if you were Cloudberry in the mid or early game because they were so far behind in lane that they couldn't look for engages. But now they're free, they're set, they're unlocked, and they're just going for the kills.
Yeah, and they will get control over this Drake pit. They'll get the third Drake uncontested here as Argo moving in to try and clear some camps away from under the nose of Loveless. Not exactly an even trade for the average Joes, but with Baron not spawning for another 15 seconds, a little bit of vision, a little bit of gold is the best you can hope for as this Talia.
Yeah, I'm surprised Jacoby actually used the TP right there, because they had so much vision that they know if it was going to be contested or not. And it was uncontested, so that TP is expended. But they will use that to try to push out bot lane, try to push the Ore into a position where they have to defend a little bit, and maybe they look for a play or getting vision around this Baron, because with this double ADC comp and Gwen, you will shred through this Baron in seconds.
Yeah, it really is unfortunate, though, that Jacobri is staying on this bot side, because it means you don't really have that Baron threat as much. You don't have to worry about it if you're the average Joes, as long as you have Jacobri in your sights, because he is so much power right now. Has 2 fully completed items, plus the boots is so much of the little gold lead that they have. Now rotating up, looking for critical nugs here, won't quite find it.
Yeah, at this point you can see Hexify not knowing where they could actually be. Oh, Zik is always in like some random spot, just like looking for people. It's kind of funny, but mid lane turret finally going down. It's gonna open up the map a little bit.
You saw that bounce, right?
Man, you know what's crazy? When I play MF, my bounces never go through, even though they're like right behind the minion. When other
Oh,
people are playing
Jacoby's
it, oh,
bounce got
Jacoby.
canceled here. He's in trouble. Critical Nugs might just be able
Oh,
to pick this up, but the second half of the Ornhorn
oh,
misses.
that's gonna be a
Does
kill.
Jacoby get out? No. The double up takes him. Argo is in a bit of trouble here. Caught out by the hook. Will go down
Oh,
to the Featherstorm. TP coming in from Zyke. This is very dangerous for this Average Joe squad. Crazy is locked up and will be taken down. Hexify nowhere near this fight. Now trying to get onto the backside, but realizes his mistake and gets out of there as fast as his shadow will take him. Loveless
whoa!
slashing forward, trying to get that twisted advance, but will not get it. Does scare
Looks like
out the
Baron's on
Fate
the plate.
Sealed. So
Yeah,
that's a
and
win.
they used so much to try to kill Jacoby. Yes, they got the kill, but they didn't really have anything to actually go for the ensuing team fight after. Critical Nugs wasn't in a safe position to actually go for like a bullet time, but now Baron's getting started. This might be an opportunity for the bullet time to just do some real damage in this pit.
Yeah, bullet time is available, but there's no ultimates on Dom or Hexify, so this is a little bit dangerous for the average Joes, especially if Dom just gets bursted down here. Yeah, the bullet time comes out. Yeah, it's going to go down onto Zyke, but that's not a huge loss for this Bloom squad. They are going to back off the Baron, so
Yeah,
apparently it's enough to scare him away.
yeah. You can see Critical Nugs kind of going back and forth. He's like, where should I use this ultimate? I can't find a good spot, and eventually, like, that bullet time was all right. It pushes Bloom Gaming off the Baron, but in the end, you can see they have to basically play perfectly in these like team fights or position correctly, or they're just getting blown up by either Jacoby, they're gonna get jumped on by Zyke. Their Scoobs is actually really strong now, so they have so many threats to try to dodge, and you can't really do that as MF because you need to either play in the fog, or you have to make sure your team is able to peel anyone off of you, and it's kind of impossible when four people are gunning for you.
Yeah, absolutely. You are the threat on this team at 3, 4, and 1. You have so much power, especially when Argo gets caught before fights even start. The jungler for average has to be, you know, not walking into hooks. Cloudberry has been lights out with those.
Yeah. Yeah, and we didn't really see anything like that in the laning phase, but now they're able to show their prowess on this knowledge pick, and I think that pick actually does very well with this comp because you have so much damage that could kind of follow up on that hook, and it's not even if a flash is available, if you get hooked, if your average shows, you're pretty much dead.
Speaking of getting hooked, Argo in a bit of trouble here, does get seen. Will be buster shotted off the wall, but a little bit too little too late. Just takes half their health from that trade.
That's a funny interaction, but this dragon is coming up, the fourth dragon in the game. It'll be in about 40 seconds. It is an infernal dragon, and it's gonna be insane if we see a soul of 4 infernal dragon soul on this Bloom Gaming squad, because they already have a ton of damage. Imagine a little bit more.
Yeah, and that's part of why the early Drakes have been so deprioritized in competitive play, because the individual effects aren't as good as the stacking effects anymore. There's so much value in getting those 4 Drake souls. So for Bloom, this is absolutely best case scenario. You have control over the Drake. You can start looking towards this 5th, 6th one. Really force average to try and contest these fights and take bad ones like this, where Dom's in too far. Cloudberry is a little bit far forward, but he's not taking a lot of damage. Fatefield lands on 2, big bullet time onto 3, and Coldberry is already dead. Zyke only now joining the fight, in trouble facing 1v5, but Scoob's untouched on the backside, trying to do enough damage. Crazy Dog going down. Root does land onto the Misfortune, but it might not be enough. Yes, the Xayah is down. Hexify still alive. Loveless, only man left standing for Bloom, and it will not be enough. Jacoby got out of that fight. Now TPing back in. The health bar is very, very low for the average Joes. Will this be enough? Jacoby looking to go in. Dom very low. Hexify does get the knock up. The CC chain is immaculate, and the ace for the average Joes.
Yeah, Jacoby tried to go back in, try to salvage that fight, but in the end, they got caught out. They weren't. It was basically a 5v4 immediately for the average Joes, as Jacoby was forced it back, and then the bullet time was nuts. It was able to last for the full duration, did so much damage, and it felt like average Joes was able to pick apart Bloom Gaming at the after all that damage was done, and that's the third dragon for
Yeah.
average Joe's. So they're at soul point, and if that soul goes over to average Joe's, this comp for Bloom Gaming, they're going to be in a dangerous spot because they'll start taking a ton of damage from both Hexify, Critical Nugs, and Argo.
Yeah, absolutely. That was the perfect storm for average Joes. I mean, Dom basically whiffed the ultimate. And I think Bloom got a little bit complacent after that because they allowed themselves to get hit by a 3-man Fate Sealed.
Yeah,
And that's what gave Critical the opportunity. And with that, all of this low kill score, all of the struggles that they've had, they're in the driver's seat. They have a gold lead now, Bully. It's
yep.
incredible
And
how close they're playing this.
Hexify didn't look the best during this game, but now they're sitting 4-2. They're actually going to go for the Iceborne Gauntlet as their mythic item. And I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing like Hallberg build on this Yone and then just starting to split and probably going to beat the 1v1 on Zik.
Yeah, speaking of 1v1s, even against the Ornn, which is supposed to be a very good matchup for the Gwen, we haven't seen much success from Zyke on getting pressure in the side lanes. It's been underwhelming for the Bloom top laner, and I wonder if that's contributing to some of these fights being so average Joe favorite. The fact that they don't have to worry about keeping someone on the sides at all times. I don't think Bloom is doing a great job of making use of their macro abilities here.
Yeah, the crazy thing is, Jacobri was absolutely fed out of their mind at the early beginning of this game. Now, both Gwen and Scoops have more gold than them. So they're not able to be as effective in these team fights anymore because they're getting engaged on and they're getting caught out by random abilities. And so they need to play a little bit smarter, position a little bit better to get this damage out because they were a real threat and they are still a major threat. But if they're knocked out of a team fight, it just gives average Joes just the way in to wipe the floor with both Zik and Scoops.
Absolutely. That last fight was really awkward as well because Jacobri was forced to back and then chose to TP in 1v3. A little bit of a baffling call. Yeah, their health bars are low, but there's still a lot of knock up there. You gotta make intelligent choices when you're playing from neutral.
Yep, and that's the power of just getting priority over the pits, priority over objectives before, 30 seconds to a minute before it even spawns. But now we see Zik actually looking for the pressure in the side waves, while we see Hexify on the top side. And, Zik is doing a lot of damage. They already have the Riftbreaker, they have the Nashers too. They're working on the Zanyas, so almost 3 items. But on the flip side, the ornaments are going to come out. We see Dom level 15. So a lot of extra gold value coming out from that champion.
Yeah, the Yomu's already upgraded. Crazy Dog throws down that Glacial Fissure. Argo coming in as well with the wall. Featherstorm forced out of Scoops, who's already down under half health. Hexify continuing to go in, but they can't quite find the kill, so that's a lot burned on both sides. Average Joes still have the health bar to keep pressuring this Baron, so big win for them.
I mean, they do, but the Fate Sealed and the Bolt Time were both used while the Nature's Grasp is still available for Bloom Gaming, so they can look for a re-engage here as a lot of the damage opportunity from Average Joe's got it. Critical Nugs is low on mana.
Yeah, nice sidestep on that hook from Cloudberry. Nature's Grasp was available but remained unused as the Maokai was just inches away. The perks of having that Braum, having the Unbreakable there to just shield away a free lane for this Misfortune. Loveless, if he wanted that, had to find a way around the side to try and take that. But plus side for Bloom, they do get control over this Drake's Pit. So
Yep.
might be able to stop the stacking for at least 5 minutes more.
But a big thing is that Zik is sitting on 1600, so that's a lot of unused gold.
Oh,
Hexify is going to get caught out here.
deleted. And that hurts for the average Joes.
So I understand trying to check a bush, but not with your face. And that's what Hexify actually did. They actually tried to check it and just try to use their soul to get back into a safe area. But against this team, you cannot do so.
Yeah, when you are CC'd, your soul cannot save you, and that will be the
Baron
Drake
might be
sacrificed. Yeah, Average wants to go for the Baron, but no way. I mean, they're sprinting all the way up is Bloom. It's been started. TP coming in from Zyke, and yeah, you can see on the mini map, Average Joe's immediately peeling away. They've thought better of it.
Yeah, but now look what's going to happen. I think Bloom is just going to jump on this. Hexify is down, has a TP, but the amount of damage, I feel like Bloom can just burst this down.
Yeah, down under 10k already. Argo is waiting in the wings. Ultimate's coming down now, but it's already smited away. It's much too late. They might get Cloudberry on the way out as the Weaver's Wall keeping him in the pit, but no, doesn't look like it. Argo's forced to flash away. Nobody's going in onto Cloudberry. Argo is Zonia's up here on the side, but will just get eaten down. However, on the other side of the fight, the Xayah has gone down, Cloudberry has gone down. Critical Nugs picking up 2 here while we've been focused on the top side, and Ping's now coming down onto that exposed inhibitor in the top side. Average wants to take this Baron fight loss and go for the win.
Yeah, I think that was a mistake by Loveless. They flashed over the wall when that kill was pretty much secured by Zik. Then the rest of the team was left alone, and Average Joe's just capitalized on that fight. I don't think this is gonna be a game. It's definitely gonna be the inhibitor, but I think that was a slight misstep on that team fight.
Yeah, gotta be very careful here. If you are Bloom, you don't want to lose members and perhaps expose that inhibitor to death. Jacobri and Zyke able to just slowly zone Average Joe's away, but now losing that inhibitor 5 minutes on that clock will coincide with when the Baron comes back up and means that they will have no pressure on this top side to offset that Drake. So contesting this soul is going to be even more dangerous.
You definitely need to have Jacobri push out this side wave. When you're facing against the super minions, you have to make sure they're pushed out, especially when the Drake is coming up. That's still soul point. It still has a ton of value. And if you give that up because you're forced to back and clear out minions from your base, then that's just going to be detrimental to your gameplay.
Yeah, not really able to push out this wave, though. We see the Yomu's popped here as the knockup lands onto Scoobs, down under a third health. However, the Glacial Fissure does not connect. Cloudberry might be sacrificed here to keep the rest of the team alive. The stun comes through and Critical Nugs picks that up. That's not the worst loss because Cloudberry already didn't have Baron, but still allows this counter Baron pressure to continue. They're going to get another turret, and this is into Baron, Bully.
Yep, they pulled the trigger because they saw Zik in the top side. Does not have TP, actually. So they have a TP less when top side. They're going to lose this inhibitor. When is going to be very late on this recall. So inhibitor will go down. There's 2 inhibitors down. Dragon is in 2 minutes and 15 seconds. They're going to have a lot of lane pressure with these super waves going mid and top. So I'm not going to be surprised if Average Shows look for just deep vision in this red side jungle of Bloom Gaming and then just look for a pick and then securing this dragon and probably taking game 1.
You know, Bully, it's been a long time since I've seen a negative Baron power play, but I'm pretty sure Bloom just achieved it there with Baron ticking off in about 15 seconds. They've gained no turrets, lost 2, and lost 2 inhibitors. That's pretty miserable.
Yeah, I think there's some miscommunication in these team fights, especially where they want to look to make plays. With this comp from Average Joe's, you got to be careful of the engaged threat that they have if you're Bloom Gaming. And they got caught with Zik being in the side lane by themselves without TP. So the entire Bloom Gaming team was forced to run, and they ended up getting caught at. They lost Cloudberry, which, you know, wasn't the worst, but it also wasn't the best because you lost a huge engaged threat, a huge peel threat, and you ended up losing a ton for that.
Yeah, absolutely. And they don't have the ability now with 2 waves of supers pushing into them to get control over this Drake pit. There's just 60 seconds until it spawns, and look at who's over there. There are 5 red members south of mid lane and not a single blue one.
And they're struggling to actually, I feel like the lane assignments are struggling quite heavily for Bloom Gaming. While I think this tier 2 bot turret is going to just easily go down.
Yeah, they're just being hit left, right, and center by turret takes. Average Joe's out macroing them at every turn, and now there's no way for this Bloom Gaming squad to get into this jungle and contest this Drake unless there's a miracle fight here or a great engage by Cloudberry. This should be a very easy steal. However, Argo getting caught out, forced to run away. The bullet time comes in and is channeled all the way through, but does not manage to connect on anybody meaningful. Zyke is caught on the wrong side of this fight. Glacial Fissure will buy a little bit of time, but Zyke does manage to go 1-for-1 on the backside, and nobody dies on the front side. I still think, though, that is a free Drake for the Average Joes off that fight.
Yeah, Zyke actually was able to bring 2 people to try to kill him, and he got a 1-for-1, but in the end, the entire team of Bloom Gaming, Lotus, just couldn't follow up on the kill. They actually recalled, and they just lose the dragon for that.
Yeah, and as you mentioned a few minutes ago, having Soul on this Average Joe's squad just feels miserable for Bloom. They cannot fight at all. The Weaver's Wall blocking them off from this final inhibitor. Third inhibitor down at once. What's the stat, Bully? 97% of games where 3 inhibitors go down result in a loss for the team without inhibs?
So I feel like Bloom Gaming are scared to pull the trigger. Yes, you're scared of Braum blocking nature's grasp, but you have the flash available. You have the play making available to try to get on top of critical nugs, but you're just slowly bleeding out at this point. You need to pull the trigger and fast, because every time you take a trade, every time it was just a 1-for-1, they lost out on so much pressure they couldn't step back in to try to secure the objective. They all recalled, and it feels like average Joes are just able to, basically make a quick engage, get a kill, and then Bloom Gaming just feel like they just have to like sit in their base.
Yeah, they're not playing as aggressively as their comp and the situation demands, and they're paying for it pretty badly. Zyke does have Argo caught out here on one side, but Cloudberry in trouble on the other. The hook lands onto Critical Nugs. Critical
Right
Nugs
here?
is in trouble here and might just disappear. The explosive charge is going to be enough. Crazy Dog is in trouble as well. Now Jacobri's on the backside. Argo being zoned out by them as Hexpy trying to do enough damage on the front side, but it will not be enough. The Tristana does finally fall, but it's too little too late. Argo is caught out and knocked down. Does a fair bit of damage on the way out, but this should be a Baron for Bloom. No, they're just going to go ahead and push through the mid lane. They want to get some of this standing gold off the map.
I'm actually TP'd mid, but yeah, it looks like Zeke is gonna try to take a recall to try to defend against these minions, but that was an extremely aggressive play by both Critical Nugs and Crazy Dog, and they got heavily punished for it. And we can see the damage that Bloom Gaming has, and if they look for the play, they have the GA on the Xayah, so it's not like they have to play safe at all. They could play pretty aggressively to just get the kill on the Critical Nugs, and that takes a lot of damage out of the arsenal of average Joes. Baron is going to go over to Bloom Gaming, so this game, again, took another turn.
Yeah, hopefully this time for Bloom, if you are a Bloom fan, you'll get a slightly better Baron power play than you did on the last one. Nobody dies on the way out, which is already a good sign. Critical Nugs couldn't quite get there in time. Inhibitors starting to respawn as well. About 3 minutes left until that final one does come back, but without supers spawning in top and mid, this does give them a little bit more of an ability to start playing around this Elder.
Yeah, the crazy thing is Critical Nugs is actually level 15. Again, Scoops is level 17. A lot of that is because the team of average Joes have been, pretty much grouped up, sharing a lot of XP. But we see the GA being worked on for Jacobri. They have the stopwatch, so they have that available in team fights, so they could play pretty aggressively as well. But at this point, I think it's anyone's games. Both inhibitors are up. Actually, one is still down the bot side, but a lot of that pressure, a lot of threat is gone. A lot of that, so Bloom Gaming can just retake this game.
Yeah, Dom is right there on the side, perhaps looking for a Call of the Forge God to start something off here. Nothing will come out though, and
I think Dom's gonna look for the engage soon.
Yeah. Those little saplings from Loveless just do so much to keep this Bloom squad safe. Having that little bit of awareness about where Dom is makes it so hard for him to pull the trigger with the Ornhorn.
Yep. The bad thing is for Bloom is that they won that team fight because of the misstep from average Joes. It wasn't the other way around. Bloom Gaming wasn't the one that aggressed on the team fight and won it. So I feel like if average Joes just, take a little bit more of a cautious fight and kind of play with the information that they used to kind of gain back the lead in this game, they could look for the engage with the Ornhorn again. They could look for, Glacial Fissure again, and they could get the picks that they need to retake all three of these inhibitors or this thing in general.
So what does an active fight look like from Bloom as we see Cloudberry forced to flash away?
Well, so we don't have the flash onto Maokai yet, but we do have Zeke's ability to flank with the TP. The flash will be coming up in about 55 seconds. So definitely without like a stopwatch or a GA on Critical Nugs, that's an easy target that you just want to kind of just jump on top of. If Critical Nope.
Horn comes down here, lands onto
Oh!
2. Jacobri in a little bit of trouble, but Hexify gets locked up on their way in. Ultimate coming out of Cloudfree as well. Bullet time is still available, but Zyke on the backside doing a whole bunch of damage. Glacial Fissure does pop the Zanyas from Zyke. Will not be enough to keep them alive as Zyke is down. Crazy Dog is caught out, but Hexify still on the back with the Guardian Angel. Buys a whole lot of time for this Average Joe's team to get out of dodge. Unfortunately for them, they only have 3 members left, and the Elder Drake is spawning in 20 seconds. This is very dangerous for the Average Joes.
Yeah, I mean, those are pretty large death timers right now, and this should be Elder, but looks like there's going to be critical nugs up. They will have the bullet time for this as well. So Loveless does have the smite. Argo has smite, so it's going to possibly come down to the smite fight.
Look at this
Jacobri's
TP
actually
ward
defending.
behind.
Jacobri to the
Cloudfree's
TP.
in trouble. Scoobs is deleted here, and Loveless can't get out of the pit. Scoobs is just going to die. That's 2 for O already, and Loveless in trouble. Doesn't have a whole lot of defenses. He's going to go down as well. It's just Jacobri, and they have given Elder on a silver platter to the Average Joes.
Okay, so they saw Average Joe's walk through a ward. If you're Jacobri, you need to immediately TP to that pit. You need to get to that team fight, and they don't. They didn't have actually any wards available, and they took a bad fight in the pit. And it's a good game, yeah.
60 seconds on death timers, and this is Bloom Gaming losing game 1 with what we thought was a superior draft. Just bad macro play and bad decision making all around allowed Average Joes to take this win fight after fight after fight. A gold lead of 0 as the Nexus falls here, Bully.
Yeah, and you know, I think that's a big mistake on Jacobri not just staying for that Elder fight, because you know it's going to be heavily contested. You know Elder is a very easy way to win the game. The way you throw that is giving Average Joe's an ability to take on that team fight with a major threat not present, and that's exactly what happened. Elder was taken, and it was just an easy walk into the base. You had to open inhib, and they ended up just winning the game right then and there. But I will say, this was anyone's game. It went back and forth. It was just a lot of throws. So
Yeah.
Average Joe's, they're the 12 seed, coming in hot with the game 1 victory.
Yeah, now the question becomes though, Bully, what does Bloom need to do to clean this up for game 2? Obviously their drafting wasn't problematic, but what do they need to be focused on, and what do they need to be hearing from their coach as they prepare for game 2 here?
So I think it's more of just making sure that their lane assignments are a little bit more polished. A lot of the plays the Average Joe's made is because, you know, they knew Zeke was in the side lane without TP. They knew they could easily force a fight, or they could easily look for a pick without getting kind of re-engaged on. And that's how they kind of went around and took a lot of these free kills, getting critical nugs a good opportunities to use the bullet time. And then they ended up having 3 inhibitors down, which forced a lot of pressure. And more importantly, I think having those 4 dragons was a big part of the game. I feel like if they were stopped at 3 dragons, or they stopped at 2 dragons, I think Bloom Gaming just easily wins this game. But you see how Bloom Gaming was able to win some 5-on-5 team fights regardless of the soul. So if that soul wasn't in the pocket of Average Joe's, I think Bloom Gaming wins this pretty easily.
Yeah, I mean, Bloom seemed to sleep at the wheel for a lot of that game,
100%.
but you guys out there don't have to be, because you can talk to our wonderful sponsor, Glitch Energy. They've got some great Jitterless energy supplement that will help you feel active and energetic all throughout your games of League of Legends or anything else you want to do. You know, I like to use it at work, keeps me energized, and I only want to kill myself. I don't want to fall asleep at my desk, which is so much better. But y'all can use the code BLUEWATER at checkout to get 20% off your purchase at Glitch Energy. Always great to have our wonderful sponsors, making sure that we can keep the lights on and keep bringing you this great content. Bully, I think it's time for us to step aside as these 2 teams head into the Game 2 lobby.
Yeah, and I assume that it has a pretty solid chance to go to 4 or 5 games, so uh-oh.
We need that energy, folks. We'll be right back after we mix some new glitch. Well, folks, that was a shocking game one. The average Joes coming back from a rough draft to take it from Bloom in fairly convincing fashion. Bloom made a whole lot of missteps and now on the back foot here in this best of 5 series. The average Joes up 1-0 and taking the blue side here for game number 2.
Yeah, it's pretty much similar. Oh, they actually banned the Orin out. Wow. So they were kind of scared of the Orin. Now I feel like Zig did have an all right time, but they couldn't get the advantage they wanted. So I guess they just wanted just to eliminate that champion from this game. But similar bans out right now. We see the Oriana and Syndra ban from Average Joe's, and the third ban is the Poppy that we saw in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind seeing Oriana and Syndra banned. They're both very strong champions, and we've seen them played so well at the highest
Oh,
levels of play.
Zyra is available.
But Zyra Khan is available. The Talia, the first pick for the average Joes, and after game 1, that's almost certainly going to Argo here again.
Well, this is a so
All
Bloom
right.
Gaming actually picked it of Talia. So Average Joe's it took the Zyra, so that Talia is probably gonna go to Loveless, I believe,
Is
or
Bloom not
maybe
on
Chacon.
red side?
Bloom is on blue side again. So Bloom Gaming gets picked, so they
Ah,
picked blue side.
so we are backwards on stream then. All right. Yeah, the Talia
Yes.
pickup, I don't hate it for Loveless,
Mhm.
I guess. I mean, taking it away from Argo here, but not having that lockup does feel a little bit awkward. Especially taking away the misfortune as well. It feels like Bloom's trying to recreate what the average Joes did in game 1, and I don't like that. I don't think that's a good plan.
Yeah, they picked the Lissandra. It gives you a lot of lockdown, but Nocturne coming in for Average Joe's, and I actually kind of like that pick.
Yeah, the ability to turn out the lights, and importantly, the ability to follow Talia through the Weaver's Wall feels very good for this Nocturne, as well as the ability to create picks works very well, especially if you have somebody else that can roam very easily. Like this Rakan, you can start to create chaos around that level 6 point. So Bloom's going to have to do better with vision than they did in game 1 as well in order to keep the average Joes under control here.
Yeah, so it almost looks like the drafts are pretty much flipped at this point. As the Zyra definitely a lethal duo. Zyra has a lot of that, safety, and then they I kind of want to see what Bloom Gaming decides to go with this top pick, because the Gwen, I would say Zig did all right in team fights, but there's definitely a miscommunication of if they want to take a full-on fight, because a lot of times Zig would just go in, and then the rest Bloom Gaming would actually just retreat and take it back. So Zig would possibly go for 1-0, or just like might just get bullied out of that area.
Yeah, I mean, the team fight communications as a whole from Bloom were a little bit baffling. Jacobri was taking weird fights, Scoob was taking weird fights. It just felt like nobody was ever on the same page with this squad. So maybe something a little bit easier to execute will be good for them. Garen picked up by the average Joes. There's not a whole lot easier than that, and that's going into the hands of Dom here. Very good opportunities to assassinate the misfortune of Scoobs if out of position at any point.
Yeah, if you ever want to learn top lane, just pick Garen, because it's really hard to outplay yourselves with your abilities.
Yeah,
Because it's a very simple concept of Garen, and it's hard to mess that up. Plus, he has a very lethal kit. You get on top of somebody with and you just do a bunch of true damage to them. It's kind of insane. That ultimate can pretty much kill you with 1/3 of your HP bar or
plus,
more.
once you get good at top lane, you can start going crit Garen and really make people miserable.
With Viego, Bloom Gaming actually came out with a very damage heavy comp.
Yeah, it's
So did
damage
Average
heavy,
Joe's.
but Bloom also has a whole lot of fairly tanky members. I mean, Aatrox and Viego are going to stand up to a whole lot of punishment. Actually, hold on. This is a
Xerath
Lissandra
mid.
support. Bully, this is a Lissandra support.
Is it a Lissandra support, or is that a Talia support?
Uh, hmm. Either way, it is spicy. It is
I think it is a
incredibly
Lissandra support,
spicy.
because of how much at level 6 they pretty much just ult somebody both
Yeah,
times on top and then it's instant kill. But mm,
that's. I don't know how I feel about that because you have so many ways to disrupt it still. Because the Lissandra is going to want to ult Zaya, right? Cool. Rakan hits R. Bullet time is
mhm.
canceled. Lissandra ults Rakan. Cool. You get bursted out by the Zaya through Feather Storm. Like, maybe once you can roam, you get the Xerath, but I don't know. Bloom is cooking hard here, but I don't like it. I think it's a little bit spicy. I think it's a little bit much.
I see what they're going for. All right, they have a ton of lockdown on this comp, but it also feels like they kind of went into this game knowing they're gonna pick it no matter what.
Fair.
But on the flip side, Average Joe's took the Xerath, and I'm not sure. Actually, I feel a little bit better that they picked it now that it's a Lissandra. They probably assume it's a Lissandra support, so that's why they picked it. But Lissandra mid against the Xerath, at some point it becomes a free kill for the Viego if they ever can mid.
That's fair. But in the actual team fight phase, when you start
Hmm.
moving around the map, Xerath pairs so well with the Nocturne. Because you can get
Oh
that
yeah.
paranoia, you can go in deep and have the right of the arcane over top. You don't need somebody to be able to follow the Nocturne. You can just
Mhm.
let the Nocturne go in and wreak havoc. So if they can get to that point without losing kill after kill to picks, the average Joes are in an incredibly good place to make sure that Bloom doesn't have the opportunity to get back into this game.
Yeah, I will say the peel from Lissandra is probably a top-notch
It,
champion for support, but
just,
it's gonna
folks, this is your
it might
warning.
shock
Don't
us.
cook this in solo queue because if we run into it in solo
Watch,
queue, we will cry.
Bloom Gaming is just gonna pull out a victory here, and it's gonna look Cloudberry is just gonna look crazy on this champion. I'm calling it now. I don't know why, but
Will they just pick Rel? It does the same things but better. I I will get off my soapbox. Um, I
I need to see how much Cloudberry actually plays Lissandra support
uh,
because, huh? So they haven't played in the last like 2 months.
but they have played it before.
Well, I haven't seen it play yet.
Oh, okay.
Let's
You're just
see.
scrolling back. You're trying to see if you can. Okay, okay.
Yeah, Lissandra. Mhm.
Well, while you're looking through that, we can kind of go through the other lanes. I mean, Aatrox Garen, that's slightly Aatrox focused, or uh, favored, I suppose, but is Garen. Garen's gonna Garen. What are you gonna do? Jungle's not gonna have any effect pre-6. I mean, Viego might gank a couple of times with the shadows and the stun, but really wants to have that Heartbreaker. Mid lane, Battle of Poke Hell. Oh, this is potentially spicy. We're seeing in-client Viego and Talia flipping back and forth. I'd love to see a Viego mid here, but I don't think it's actually going to happen.
It's definitely not gonna happen.
It'd be
I
fun,
can
though.
confirm that Cloudberry does not play a lot of Lissandra. The last time they played it was on June 2nd at 3:17 a.m. So,
Hey, Bully,
yeah,
why are your players blinding champions in playoffs?
yeah, blind anything. They saw two of their champions. Actually, three of their champions.
Why are they first timing champions in playoffs?
I don't know what they're cooking over there in the Bloom Gaming voice channel, but I'm gonna assume it's getting burnt because it's that thing might not be edible anymore.
You know what I think, Bully? I think
Mm,
they need a new coach. I think they need to go to our sponsor, CoachFi.gg, which has no fees for coaches or players, and sign themselves up and find a new coach for draft. because right now they are just cooking too hard. And we make it easy for them here. All you got to do is type exclamation point Coachify in the chat and you'll get links to everywhere you need to go. Sign up. It's nice and free. They could do this right now and have a new drafting coach.
In the
But
middle of the game. But
unfortunately, they are not listening to us. They don't get to hear this pitch. It is just an offer for all you lovely folks in Twitch chat as you listen to our unhinged rambling about this incredibly cooking draft. Bully, I think it's time for us to step aside so that we can wrap our heads around what in the world is going on here.
I agree.
We'll be right back, folks. On to the Rift we go for game number 2. Bloom still on blue with Average Joe's on red. Game 1, Average Joe's the number 12 seed, shocking the world with a win over Bloom, looking to get themselves up to 2-0 here. And Bully, I think we're in agreement that this time they got themselves the better of the draft phase.
Yeah, I think that mostly comes to the fact that I have no idea what Bloom was doing, or did they? I'm not really sure what they were thinking with this draft. Maybe they played it in a scrim or something like that, and it worked out very well. So they kind of wanted to bring it out. But Cloudberry does not play that much Lissandra. Not saying Lissandra's hard to play. In fact, it's stupid easy to play. But to play that champion as a support, when your idea is to like basically CC chain somebody down, uh, you might become a little inty at that point.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't think anyone who's been in the competitive scene for any amount of time can forget Link's lovely play, ulting or glacial passaging over the wall to ult themselves and int CLG in the NA finals back in, what was that, season 3? So
Yeah, by that
Cloudberry's
time,
gonna
no
have
one
to be
was actually
careful.
good at the game.
Yeah, but Cloudberry here is maybe not quite at Link's level, so gonna have to be careful they don't pull that same trick themselves here.
Yep, and now we see the flip of the ADCs, and Scoops is on the MF, while Critical Nugs is on that Xayah. Xayah decides to take the cleanse, and that's gonna have a lot of value into this Lissandra pick.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, on top of the Feather Storm, it's just so powerful for making sure that Critical Nugs is not in any trouble. And that's something that burned them quite a bit in game 1, where they were getting good trades, they were winning fights, but they like to step forward, they like to play aggressive with their lead, and they got caught out time after time. So having all of this safety net for themselves is really going to make their life easy.
Yeah, I want to see how Jacoby plays as Talia, and how effective they use the Weaver's Wall, to probably the bot lane most of the time.
Getting those roams early will be important. It'll be tough though. Hexify, once you get to that Weaver's Wall point, is going to have enough wave clear with the Arcana Pulse to make it difficult for Jacoby to have roam timers.
And on top of that, Argo will be level 6 soon after that, so you could easily get countered by a Paranoia.
Yeah, absolutely. We do see both of these junglers coming down to the bot side. Is there any chance that we see either of them show up down here, or are they just going to full clear, hit the back button, and go for these Scuttle Crabs?
So, Nocturne, best plan is just full clear unless it's like a free kill. And a lot of that free kill I usually see on Nocturnes is like just going for like a play on top lane instead because it's just easier to manage. Oh, we have engaged.
Cloudberry going in, does get the root onto 2, forces that cleanse out early. Loveless is here, but doesn't quite have the range for the stun, and Cloudberry now in a little bit of trouble, gets ignited. Does Crazy Dog have the cooldown for another grand entrance? Looks like no, but that does force the Lissandra out. Exhaust is used, but they get 3 summoner spells on the other side.
That engage was a little too quick in my opinion. Loveless was a few seconds out, and if they waited just a little bit, they would at least got the. I think they would actually got the kill, in my opinion, because they had a lot of damage on top of Critical Nugs, and with Loveless there, they would at least got, probably, yeah, they probably would have got the kill on the Critical Nugs. But Cloudberry, is forced to use their pods. Scoops also use their pods, so no more pods left for the bot lane of Bloom Gaming, but they got a decent advantage.
Yeah, but this is a ton of lost tempo for Loveless here because you lose both Rift Heralds. And Argo now is cleared to continue just full clearing. They're going to have some great gold in pocket. They're going to be rushing towards that level 6. So this feels really unfortunate. Now the important thing for Argo is going to be that first Paranoia. You know, that one ult really defines how the game is going to go for Nocturne. So I'm looking forward to seeing where it comes down and how well it's used.
Yeah, it's gonna actually be pretty difficult to use that in the bot side because the fact that Cloudberry is playing Lissandra, the Ring of Frost should be able to stop Argon's path unless they don't try to pop the spell shield first. So they gotta make sure that the Shroud of Darkness is popped before Cloudberry uses that W to try to stop the advance of Argo.
Yeah, absolutely. The timing on that spell, so important. And for Cloudberry, layering in maybe just a Q there to pop it first.
I
But
want to
we'll have to
see.
see.
I want to see Argo use this top lane actually, because I think
Really?
if they get Dom going, it does wonders for their overall pressure on the map.
You'd rather have it there than on Jacoby? Or do you think that the Field of Stones is enough to make it an impossible trade for Argo?
I don't think it's impossible. I think it's more of. I feel like Jacoby will easily just flash out. Or the Field of Stones will be able to be used, but I feel like Dom at level 6 will just have so much follow up on that kill, that it's just going to be a secured kill like 70% of the time. But Dom's taking a lot of damage on the top side.
Yeah, level 6 is coming through here, but Dom might be in trouble. The World Ender is popped, and now Zyke going in hard, but doesn't quite have enough. The Flash will keep Dom safe. It's worth noting this is an Ignite Garen,
Exactly.
so no TP to get back to this. This will give Zyke so much control over this wave state.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why they kind of need to get Dom going, because without TP, you're expecting this Garen to start winning this like fight this 1v1. But if he's not able to, and then there's an TP advantage for Bloom Gaming, then that's gonna be trouble because that's gonna require Hexify to be in this like bot lane side wave when Baron is up or top wave if like let's say third or fourth dragon is up, because then Dom would have to run all the way across the map to get into these team fights if he's trying to match Zik.
Yeah, and we saw how well or how poorly that worked for Zyke in game number 1. The Gwen running left, right, and center all across the map and couldn't find a single successful side lane to really get that pressure down. That being said, they do have some good pressure in this bot side. They're going to get a first Drake once again for the average Joes, and no matter what I think about the early Drakes not being as impactful, if you can get to that 4th Drake, you're just fine, and they did that without any real issues in game number 1.
Yeah, Loveless is actually level 6. They know the dragons actually started, so look at Loveless going over to the red side jungle of Argo. Probably going to take away the chickens, probably going to take away the red buff if they check it. But Argo
Nocturne,
is
though,
looking to make a play.
yeah, Crazy Dog, not quite level 6, looking for that ultimate to have the quickness before they go for anything, so back will be channeled by Argo, and this will be the cost of his topside jungle. Pretty expensive, but Zyke getting ignited here. Will the ultimate come out from Dom? No, and in fact, a turret shot puts Dom in very dangerous water with Loveless coming in from the side.
But you know what's up? The Demacian Justice. Oh!
The bait.
Oh my
First blood
God,
goes to Dom. Demacian Justice comes down from the sky, but now Loveless
Oh,
in the area, dodging away from the stun. Heartbreaker over the wall will be the flash out of Loveless. That's an expensive kill there. Hexify is a little bit caught out here in the river, but here comes Argo to help out his mid laner. Goodbye, Jacobri. That is a 2-for-1 in the extended fight, and will be the Rift Herald as well for the average Joes.
When you're 150 health, and you know a Garen has their ultimate still available, you don't try to toy with them. Because that ultimate range is actually quite far. And that's just a free kill given over. When Loveless was in the area, Loveless would have easily secured that kill by themselves.
This is spicy, though. Argo might be in a little bit of trouble. Does smite away the Herald, but it will likely be at the cost of their life. Flashing over the wall. Does Loveless follow? Argo breathing a sigh of relief.
And honestly, you know, Loveless had to use their flash to secure that kill in Dom for probably, I would say, no reason. I would say they should have been able to secure it without using the flash, but that would have been another kill onto Argo. And Bloom Gaming, again, looking all over the place.
They didn't come into this match with their head on straight, it feels like. They're not playing macro. They're not using the win conditions they drafted. I mean, Zyke has a 25 CS lead. Let's not downplay that. This Aatrox is crushing lane, but they're not making use of the advantages that they have. Scoobs is up 12 CS and doing nothing with it. Jacobri has not roamed once successfully. It just feels like they're not on the same page. They're not even in the same book.
Yeah, they ended up actually trying to roam up top in that, and they got caught in the river. When you know Argo is level 6, when you're not that strong into Taliyah right now, but I will say that Cloudberry, looking for an auto trade against Critical Nugs for some reason, but
you don't win an auto trade against an ADC, buddy. Let's disabuse you of that notion right now. Crazy Dog, though, in a little bit of trouble, forced the grand entrance away as Argo sits on a ward.
Yep, Jacoby was looking for a roam right there. Oh,
hello, coming
and this
in
is
here
what happens.
Onto the Taliyah. Taliyah is dead. The right of the Arcane will secure that, and that's that combo we were talking about in pregame. Just the ability to layer that on top of the Paranoia, and Argo's gotten some great use out of that ultimate already.
Yeah, Argo is going to target Jacoby every time they roam. The big thing is Crazy Dog, if they're able to hold a vision in the river, because that's where Argo is going to be able to catch out Jacoby very easily. And it's happened twice, actually. Once in top lane, once in the river. And that's 2 kills going over, and actually that kill was secured by Hexify, so just free gold going over to them.
Yeah, Crazy Dog does get a little bit caught out here by Cloudberry. That is the ultimate use, so that's expensive just for a half health trade onto the enemy support.
Yep. Maybe they were going to look for the bold time over it, but I think Scoops was a little bit far out to use it. They had to get in a better position.
Yeah, just again, people not being quite on the same page, not quite knowing right hand what the left hand is doing, and it means that these plays, which could be good, are just kind of fizzling out.
It's a lot of
And
damage
average
on the
shows,
X5 right there.
yeah. However, Lovelace had already backed off, was sitting on a ward looking for a gank for a while, but they're not getting anything pulled off. The plays are not working for them, and they're struggling to really get anything going as Dom going in on his Zyke forces the World Ender out. This could be dangerous on the top side. Meanwhile, on the bot side, Crazy Dog and Critical Nugs taking some rough trades. Paranoia is almost up again, and Argo looking for another gank.
Yep. Right there, Cloudbreed did not have that much mana, and they should know that they're going to get baited into this fight.
Argo has the Paranoia now. This is incredibly dangerous for the Bloom squad. Crazy Dog has the quickness, looking to find that entrance. Will he find the angle? Here it comes. Paranoia coming out. Lissandra in trouble, still does not have that ultimate. The Glacial Path will get them out, and that's going to be the end of that. That's a flash and an ultimate, but no kills for this average squad.
Critical Nugs also used the flash right there, so that was a flash for Slash, and that's actually advantageous for Bloom Gaming.
Yeah, and they're going to get control over this Drake. Now, it's not guaranteed, as Jacoby taking some major
Talk about
damages.
guaranteed.
Yeah, Zyke getting flashed upon. The ultimate coming out will be enough. Now on the bot side of the fight, Argo in trouble, getting taken down by the Seismic Shove. Hexify in trouble as well. That's 2 kills for Loveless here alongside the Drake. And suddenly, Loveless feeling pretty massive, flashing over the wall here on a Critical Nugs. Will get it with the Heartbreaker. That's an extended triple kill and a rampage for this Viego.
I like the play by Loveless right there, knowing that they could easily make the play on the dive. Critical Nugs did not see it coming. They still had their Featherstorm available, but in the top side, Dom now able to get the best of Zik. Zik did build the Dustblade, so they're a little bit more squishy, but this is a Garen. This Garen has a lot of damage, and Zik is underestimating how much damage Dom could do, especially with that Ignite handy.
Yeah, getting a couple of turret plates right before they fall as well. That's a nice injection of gold into Dom to make up for the huge CS deficit that Zyke was opening up in the earlier game. Now, Scoobs in a little bit of trouble, caught out by the Grand Entrance, but the ultimate from Cloudberry buys a whole lot of space. Does still force the flash out of Scoobs here. So that's 2 more summoner spells and 2 ultimates down from average, but they managed to buy a whole lot of space and plenty of time.
Yep, Cleanse Ignite burned for the average show bot side. Quickness and Featherstorm burned as well. But Bolt Time still available. I don't think we've seen that actually use this game so far. Oh!
Cloudberry going in. Finds the bullet time onto Crazy Dog, who's a little bit low, but will not go down. Zyke has the World Ender up, but is taking damage from the Rite of the Arcane. Is going to go down here. Dom now 3-1, just feasting on Zyke.
Yeah, and the Paranoia wasn't even needed in that. Oh, Jacoby taking so much damage. Luden's Echo already done for Hexify, so Hexify has been pretty much untouched in this mid lane. Yes, they're taking small trades, but it feels like mid lane is not on the radar for both junglers at this moment. It's top side, Dom is just getting the better of the trades now, and then bot side, it looks like it's more stagnant. So I want to see how Loveless can actually transition this 4-0, or at least 4 kills into this mid game, as they are by far the strongest member of the team, and they need to act like they are.
Yeah, they're losing Rift Herald on the top side here. Will likely lose that first turret to the Garen as well, who has had so much push pressure all through the game, despite losing in CS and not having a great time early. Does get that first turret, means that Rift Herald is available to break open this mid lane and really make it miserable. Cloudberry takes a ton of damage as well, yeah. I mean, despite the kills onto Loveless, Loveless is all that this Bloom team has. They're just not winning anything.
Yeah, honestly, Crazy Dog could have actually made the play over the wall, and if Hexify was able to get another... what's that ability called? Arcano Pulse? Yeah, yep. Onto Cloudberry. It's not like they have a lot of health. They're a support Lissandra, so they're pretty squishy.
Yeah, and this is a support Lissandra that's building full mage, so they're very slow to get their items. Just having that book right
Oh,
now, but Talia, you're not allowed to do this. Getting absolutely bursted out. Crazy Dog takes that. Loveless forced to Heartbreaker away here, hiding in the shadows. Cloudberry in trouble as well, but the Weaver's Wall coming in, trying to buy some space by Jacobri. Right of the Arcane coming over the top. Loveless wants to get those resets, but cannot find it. The shutdown coming by the Zaya, and Jacobri forced to flash away. That's a 3 for 0 for this average Joe's squad. And with that Rift Herald in pocket, they might go for multiple turrets down here.
yeah, they
Meanwhile, on the top side, Psyche is just dead again. Goodbye.
yeah. There is Nemasian justice, but in that fight, they actually use scoops as a bait. You can't use your ADC that doesn't have ability to like. They need to be able to be in a position to use their ultimate, and they were a bait for Loveless to try to follow up on a possible kill, and they just got absolutely just exploded. But critical nugs. Wait a minute.
Bullet time? Bullet time ticked
Oh
off a little bit early there. Scoob's in trouble, gets hit with the fear, is just going to go down here as Argo with the lethal tempo shredding through them like paper.
bullet time, the double R click, or I think they moved actually, and that would have been a secured kill right there, as critical does not have the feather storm available, but they just ended up losing their life. At this point, I feel like there's a little bit of tilt on the horizon for this Bloom Gaming squad. The Lissandra pick, I can't say it's working out quite well. They're not able to get a lot of things going. Scoops is pretty strong, but I don't think we have yet to see a bullet time actually come out and play. And I think the whole premise of this, bot lane pick, Lissandra pick, was to be able to engage, lock up somebody, and have the bullet time just decimate that one person. But we have yet to see that happen.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen a single successful ult from Cloudberry. They got the one onto Crazy Dog, and the bullet time came out, but it was too early in the game. They didn't have enough damage. They only took the Rakan down to half health, and they're just losing macro left, right, and center. There are already 3 turrets down. They've lost both Rift Heralds. They're down 2 Drakes to 1.
Yeah,
Bloom really needs to step up.
and Bloom actually did. Oh,
They do find Argo here. However, Cloudberry's in trouble. Cloudberry's going to go down, and the quickness coming out onto 2. Scoob's in a lot of trouble.
Oh,
Argo
wow.
is very low, is going to get reset upon here. And that's 2 now for the Viego. But, yeah, okay, they get some resets. They get something out of it here. Now Loveless needs to help get the rest of the team in charge. Going in underneath the turret, but gets canceled away and will not be able to follow up any further there.
Yeah, and that was a good play by Bloom. Just a note is this Aatrox pick was actually a counter. They wanted this matchup. They wanted the Aatrox into the Garen, and as you can see by the scoreboard, it is just not working out. So if that was the pick they had in mind, I would imagine the Garen is going to get banned because this top lane is going all the way for Dom. They're going to probably be able to take probably top and bottom tier 2 for free if they decide to side lane, and no one's gonna be able to stop him. Who's gonna match this Garen?
Yeah, and they really have the capacity to tear apart the map because
Hullbreaker's done.
the only one who can match him, especially with Hullbreaker now, is probably Loveless, the strongest member by far of this Bloom squad with all but one of the kills. But if you take Loveless and you force him into the bot lane, hey look, Baron's up. Hey look, Drake's up in 3 minutes. It just becomes so hard for Bloom because they only have one pawn, right?
Yeah, and even Loveless actually I think would go down to Dom.
Oh no, ultimate in onto the Lissandra. Going to be forced to use that Glacial Path, but it's not going to be enough. She didn't break the chains. Argo now in a little bit of trouble as the ultimate comes out from Lissandra to keep her down, but it doesn't matter. It's a double kill. The right of the Arcane has just torn through this Bloom squad. This game has blunted my mind, apparently. Crazy Dog and Critical Nugs are in a little bit of trouble. The Weaver's Wall is coming out, but I don't think they have quite enough lockdown for this.
Oh,
Critical
Nugs
gets hit by the chain, will go down. But, hey, Bully, look at the mini-map. They're losing an inhibitor for this. We aren't even 22 minutes into the game.
And look who's going to try to match it. It's Cloudberry on this Lissandra support, which I don't think will work out very well. But Grace Dog is taking a lot of damage, but right now I think Bloom Gaming is gonna start to panic just a little bit as they lose their bot inhibitor. Dom is just gonna get out. They're just gonna be super fast. They have the phase rush. Nothing's gonna touch them. And they lose the bot inhibitor, that's going to open up a lot of the map as they're going to feel pressured to stop these super minions from the bot side while that Baron is still up. Dom doesn't have TP, but they don't need it at this point. They're not going to be in the team fight. They're going to wreak havoc in the side lane. They're going to take all these turrets. Who's going to stop him? You saw right there, Bloom Gaming was able to,
Oh no.
get some kills back, but oh,
Dom might be in a little bit of trouble here. Doesn't have the flash. Getting flung back into the team. Stunned up. Does he have enough to get out? The chase continues. Are they going to get him finally going down? And now that corpse in Loveless's hands could be a little bit scary, but Bloom will back off with just the free kill.
yeah, I mean, they were able to get it, but look how long it took to kill the Garen. It took probably 10 seconds. So, and even with that kill, there's nothing on the map for Bloom to actually go for it. They could possibly look to pressure Baron, but with what damage? They don't have an actual, auto attack based ADC. Yes, Scoops does a lot of damage, but it's going to take a long time. And at the same time, you have to worry about the poke from Xerath. You're just going to get absolutely destroyed by that. So you can't actually go for that Baron. And now the Dragon is coming up, and right now we see the entire Bloom Gaming squad actually going to take a recall with Average Joe's going to get control of the pit.
Yeah, I'm not even convinced that Scoops would do meaningful damage as an ADC to the Baron, because this is a lethality MF. This is a lethality MF that is 0-3, Bully.
Look at the wards. Look at the wards in the spot side.
Gosh, this vision is incredible. It is lit up like a Christmas tree in that color red. And Zyke now in trouble. World Ender is popped, but it does not matter. Right of the Arcane is going to do so much damage, and Zyke is toast here. Argo has to flash for it, but still, Crazy Dog now in trouble. Is going to go down. Loveless gets that soul. Can they turn? Too much perhaps used on the Aatrox. The Weaver's Wall coming down. Argo now in trouble, separated from the rest of the team. Does have the flash. Does not have the flash, rather, and will
look what's
go
happening
down.
topside and bot side.
Oh no, topside. Dom is just having fun. Critical Nugs and Hexify are in trouble. They might go down. Beautiful Featherstorm to buy some space, but it will not be enough. The bullet time does get that kill, and TP from Talia will be enough to save this inhibitor.
But they lost the Nexus turret.
Oh yeah, on the minimap you can see that Nexus turret is down, and now Jacobri might be in trouble. The ultimate coming out of Dom is going to be enough. Jacobri ticking down to the fire, just burning in the pits of purgatory here. That's going to be another turret for Dom here, unless Zyke can manage a miracle here. Good grief, the split push is insane.
Yeah, and yes, they're going to get the dragon. They might. They
there you
got
go.
but at what cost? They lose another multiple turrets. They're losing the entire side lanes of the map. They can't deal with this Garen. They can force a fight, but these fights are taking way too long because this average Joe's team can just kite out very easily, and they can force and engage very easily as well. So if you send 3 members to try to kill Dom, you're gonna get engaged on by Argo. You're gonna get engaged on by Crazy Dog. There's almost no way out, and I'm pretty sure Bloom Gaming is all over the place where what they want to do.
And I mean, look, props. Oh, goodbye, Cloudfree. You are not allowed to do that ever, ever, ever. The mark of how outclassed Bloom is in the macro department right now, it is 9 turrets to 0. Bloom have not cracked a single outer turret, and they're going to lose Baron for nothing here. Loveless is on the wrong side of the map. They have no vision of this. They have no way of knowing that this is going to go down. The only turrets remaining on the map are a single mid inhibitor turret and a Nexus turret. They can use this Baron and end the game. Gold difference be damned.
Look at the vision score difference between this the supports, right? You have 84 on Crazy Dog and 45 on Cloudberry. We noticed the vision.
Goodbye, Zyke.
I don't think that
stopwatch is used. It's not going to save you, my friend. All you have done is delay the inevitable.
And they banned Ornn this game, and now they have to face a Garen. And that Garen was, they're 5-3, but their score line they're probably the most effective right next to Argo on this comp, where they're just creating havoc. So I imagine that Garen might get banned next game, and that Nocturne is a major problem as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Argo just incredible as a jungler in this series, both on the Talia and now on the Nocturne.
Oh, no.
Utterly outclassed as Dom just gets in there on the backside, says Scoobs looks like a Scooby snack right now, just demolishing him without even using the ultimate. The inhibitor is back in the bot side, but what does it matter? Dom will chip away at that over time. Even
And
if
that's
he
the
doesn't, you pull 4 members and they lose the mid inhib.
Yep, and that's exactly what's gonna happen. And that's a problem with picking like MF. Right there, Scoops using Bolt time, and Dom was just able to walk right into them.
Paranoia coming in. Goodbye, Viego.
Oh,
I,
that's a
there are
triple
no
kill.
words, bully. This is
And
this is game.
while the kills look somewhat close, this game was 100% one-sided because it felt there's no way in for Bloom Gaming. As Dom is just gonna go under the tower, Scoops is gonna fall as well. Dom is just gonna live. To add
Does
insult to
not
injury, Dom
care.
took 3 turret shots with like 300 health, just survived the whole thing, and that's a 27-minute victory for average shows.
Dom, 2 minutes ago, was 5-3-0. We were talking about how Dom's scoreline was unimpressive, but his contributions were not. He ends the game with a scoreline far more reflective of his contributions to this game. 10-3-1 on this Garen.
Yeah,
I
and
oof.
they, I would say that you're playing against a Garen, and you had the pick of the litter to face against him, and you ended up drafting comp where if the Garen gets to be a problem, you have nothing to actually um, basically match the Garen. And that's
Mhm.
exactly what happened. Dom was able to just wreak havoc on the side waves, able to get that bottom inhibitor. Any kind of like slight advantage that Bloom Gaming got on, through the Dragon Pit or some kills around the map, they weren't able to turn those into objectives because how much pressure they weren't able to get the minions to the actual
Yeah.
average Joe's turret. So they're not able to get these turrets. They weren't able to capitalize on, the fact that they got a couple of picks because of Dom. And then if they try to, Argo was there just to, cut off, a roam attempt by Jacobri, or if there's a misstep by Scoops, it felt almost impossible to play this game if you were Blue Gaming.
Now the question becomes, how do you fix your mental after this? I mean, we already felt like the Bloom mental was perhaps a bit fried after game 1 with the Lissandra pick, right? But that's not the end of the world. That's just a little bit of a pocket pick, a little bit cheesy. Sure, they're going for something new. But after getting demolished like this, how do you stay sane as a team and keep from falling into the pits? Because this is a 7 seeds below you team. You should not be forced to reverse sweep to stay alive if
Yeah,
you're
and
Bloom.
the fact is that the bot lane actually, like, I wouldn't say bot lane, the ADCs were pretty much like non-existent in the game.
Fair.
It was all the top side of the map for average shows that won in the game. Rakan was also a big part of that, but it didn't matter if Critical Nugs was on another ADC. It didn't matter if Scoops was another ADC, honestly. Actually, it might have mattered a little bit if Scoops was, because they might have been able to get a little bit better team fights off. But it, I think the Nocturne pick just became too big of a problem. The Garen pick became too big a problem. Hexify was basically untouched for the entire game. They were able to just use abilities. They didn't have a lot of pressure on them, even though there's like a Lissandra, a Viego, and Aatrox on the other team.
Mm-hmm.
So if that's the case where immobile mage mid laner can just free hit the entire game, something's wrong with your comp, or
Yeah,
something's wrong with your overall
absolutely.
gameplay.
Absolutely. I mean, gosh, words don't describe that game. Just despite the scoreline, domination from the average Joes, just standout performance.
And
I
here's a
think.
stat
Go ahead.
that you might find interesting, right? Cloudberry placed 19 wards in that game. Crazy
That's
Dog
all.
placed 42.
Yeah, that's not enough words. I don't
Yeah,
care if you make it out of lane phase and into the real game. And when the game ends, you as a support have not hit 2 words per minute. or at least fairly close to it. You should be within spitting distance of 2 wards per minute as a support. You're doing something wrong. Very, very wrong. And I mean that's indicative of Bloom right now, is they're not doing the basic things that they need to do to win as a team.
Average Joe's has been playing with a lot of information. They wanted to play team fights with information. They put a crap ton of wards down, as we saw in the Dragon Pits, making sure they know exactly where the entire enemy team is. They try to make sure they get full pressure, but Bloom Gaming, if they're gonna pick like an MF, they need to make sure they know when they can actually take the fights. But with that, Bloom Gaming will need to reverse sweep.
Yeah, it's about time for us to take a step aside here as the teams are getting ready for game number 3. But Bully, when we come back, Bloom will have to try for the reverse sweep. The Average Joe's looking to clean out a 3-0 against a much higher ranked opponent and move into the semis. We'll be right back, folks, so don't go anywhere. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. This is not the scene we expected to be bringing you here at game number 3, with the average Joes up 2-0 against what feels like a completely disheartened Bloom Lotus. They are not working well together at all.
Yeah, and let's see what the difference is in the draft. Like, I'll be honest, that last game, I felt like it was pretty much doomed for Bloom Gaming from the start of draft, or at the end of draft. It the game kind of played out like that.
Yeah, the Lysandra was a bit of a choice, wasn't it? And by the time you got to the end of the draft, with choices like the Aatrox to match the Garen, it really didn't feel like they had a great idea of what they wanted. So struggling quite heavily there. They are coming out with some bans against what the average Joes have done so far. The Nocturne being taken away early here isn't a bad choice, and the Ornn going away as well, but the Garen very much still available.
I guess that they're that afraid of the Ornn, which I understand. It gives you that kind of like I wouldn't say like a timer is like a lot of champions, but it does give a slight timer when Orange starts to give a lot more value to the team. But average Joes, I imagine that they will first rotation like this Garen again because it looked like Bloom Gaming didn't really have an answer for it.
Yeah, Dom was so incredibly comfortable on that champion and just had so much pressure all across the map that it's impossible for them to really let it go here. I wouldn't even mind them picking at B1, forcing Bloom to basically blind everything in their comp.
There's a lot of champs available. You could have the Zaya. I don't think the Recon will get picked B1, but I'm assuming Bloom Gaming kind of wants to try to get the Recon on R1 or R2. But average Joes are definitely thinking hard on this one as they are going to go with the Zaya, which I kind of assume might be the case. So I assume Bloom Gaming's going to go with their Recon with one of these first two picks.
And Tristana being taken as well. I mean, that wasn't bad in Jacobri's hands by any stretch of the imagination in game 1. Like, it worked fine through the laning phase. It
Yeah.
was just the poor macro and poor decision making that
Oh,
really screwed them over. And finally, my prayers are answered. We see a Rel. It's about time, Bully.
yep, and the Rakan is going to go over the average show, so they got the Rakan Zaya combo yet again, but this time it's not the Lissandra to go into, it is the Rel. So
Oh,
definitely a
this
better,
could be a Rel jungle.
you know, in my opinion, Rel Jungle was solid for a little bit, but then I feel like the Rel support just offers so much more.
Fair, although it has been played recently by Loveless 3 games ago and 7 games ago with some pretty great score lines. So
Yeah,
I
so they
wouldn't
might
be
go for that
surprised.
flex.
Yeah,
Jarvan.
J4 being picked up
Yeah,
by Argo. This is easily their favorite champion. 18 games, a astonishing 4.07 KDA in solo queue.
yeah.
I mean, this is the champ among champs.
Average Joes are pretty much getting a lot of champs that I'm pretty sure they want.
Oh,
And
absolutely.
Bloom Gaming, they have to. I wonder if they look to go. Yeah, okay. So I was thinking about if they want to R3 their top lane because it usually got pretty heavily banned in the second rotation. But let's see. We up the Garen and then let's see what their other ban will be. They're gonna definitely try to get Zik in a better spot on top side because it did not work out very well last game.
Yeah, this Fiora from them has been a little bit underwhelming in solo queue recently. Just not doing great, sitting at a pretty unfortunate 0.78 KDA.
Hmm.
Um, but does definitely have the capacity to take over the game if it can split push a little bit better than the Gwen did in game 1.
That mouth out ban is actually super solid because the minute you see that Silas ban, you know that's a possibility that they're urging the pig Malphite, especially because it's a Fiora. So
Yeah,
good
absolutely.
ban on the Malphite. It's gonna give oh Viego.
All right, I don't hate the Viego ban here, taking that away from Loveless, who did perform quite well on it in game 2. I mean, the Viego was not the issue. Um, I'm looking at champions available for Dom though, and you know what I'm seeing that I would absolutely love to have come out is the Shen. hasn't played it a ton and not recently, but it's in the champ pool. It's a great champion here. Can survive into the Fiora quite well with
Is that another
the.
flex? Hold up. I think it is another flex,
Ooh,
possibly, but
this is that's a
this
three-way
is
flex still because the Rel
yeah,
can go jungle, the Tristana can
yeah.
go mid or
Mid,
ADC.
and
Like,
Seraphine could go support or mid. So it's
I admit
hmm,
Tristana Seraphine is not a good choice, but it's
yeah.
technically a choice.
I think what they're actually gonna hmm, Gnar.
Okay. All right, the Gnar is locked in
I
for
don't
Dom.
like that pick into Fiora though.
I don't
Fiora
think
can,
it'll go ahead.
Fiora can easily just chase down Gnar. Um, Gnar will get some kind of be annoying early on, but at some point Fiora just becomes a nuisance to Gnar.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think what the average Joes are banking on is the fact that Zyke has already shown a bit of a weakness in playing split pushers with the Gwen. It wasn't an impactful champion, and it wasn't impactful play on the side lanes. The macro was weak enough that it was able to be abused pretty well. So I
Yeah.
think the average Joes aren't particularly worried about that, and I think it has such great combo potential with the Cataclysm of J4 that they're willing to accept some of the suffering in lane of potentially having Dom get chased down here and there.
And you know what? With this, I'm pretty sure that is gonna end up being a Rel jungle. Nico getting picked
Yep,
here,
there
so
they
it's
go.
gonna be that Rel jungle. It's gonna be that Nico mid lane, and that's Tristana Seraphine bot lane. So I actually
Ooh.
think that the split pushing potential will be a lot better for Bloom Gaming, is because they have a strong four. Um, they can easily take some massive team fights with the amount of AOE CC that they have, and Fiora can eventually start doing basically what happened in game 2 with the Garen, but on the other team. So I imagine it's going to become a Hullbreaker Fiora, and they're just going to try to split push to victory.
Yeah, we'll certainly have to see though. I mean, we saw Zyke, as we said, we saw Zyke try and push in
Mhm.
game one to some weak effect, and in game two as well, Bloom seemed to struggle with the macro play.
Mhm.
So with a team that seems so drafted around just macroing better,
Mhm.
I'm very curious as to whether they're going to actually be able to execute on it here, or if they're going to have the same struggles that they've had throughout this series.
Yep. I actually really like the Nico pick though, especially against a comp that is going to go heavy engage into you. That Nico Pop Blossom is going to do a lot of damage and set your Rel, the Seraphine, and Tristana to do a lot of damage, and basically get a massive combination of CC, and maybe they're able to just wipe out two immediately.
Yeah, would be incredible to get some great combos off there. I mean, as you said, the combo potential is incredible. Pop Blossom, Magnet Storm, Encore over the top. They can lock down this average Joe squad for a long time.
Mhm.
But the pick potential on the other side isn't anything to sneeze at either.
Yeah.
Grand entrance into quickness, flag and drag into a cataclysm, hop into a Gnar, or Vex with the shadow sneak from across the wall. Like it,
It's about
it's
getting there
like
at that point
yeah,
because it's Bloom Gaming. They're gonna lack a little bit, and we know that average Joes have just out macro Bloom Gaming. The Dragons have gone the way of average Joes in the first two games, and I have no doubt that average Joes will probably get a two dragon lead, unless they misplay around some timers. But with this comp, they should be able to get the first dragon, if not the second one as well.
yeah, absolutely. Even with Rel being pretty comfortable in the jungle, J4 just clears better. They should have lane priority, at least in mid, maybe not so much in bot. Seraphine has tons of poke to make sure that Zyra Rakan are contained early. But Jarvan can sneak so easily over that back wall and just take that Drake without any issues that you have to think that Bloom will be aware of it. And they'll have to be prepared to go ahead and start playing around that early Rift Herald and at least get something off the map here. They need to find small wins that they can parlay into bigger wins.
I like the idea of going for the Rift Heralds and just trying to trade it at the same time, because they could get their laners going and they could get some kind of advantage, especially if they're able to get the Fiora going. Nothing was needed to get the Garen going last game. Really, it was one gank from Argo,
Hmm.
uh, and one misstep from Zik that actually made Garen impossible to play against at the end of the game. But Fiora will need a little bit to get going, especially because they're playing against a slight range champion for half their duration than the Mega Gnar.
Yeah.
But once Fiora is able to get a couple of items, it's gonna be a good time for the Fiora, and just getting a little bit of gold, getting a little bit of pressure for that top side will start opening up the entire map for the rest of your team.
Win condition on Zyke, no pressure on this top laner who's had a rough time this
Yeah,
series to now be thrust into the "you are our carry, please don't lose" situation.
you are our menace. Go be crazy.
Ooh. Well, after having seen this matchup 2 games in a row and having seen this draft, what's the betting line? What do you think are the odds that Bloom takes this and pushes us to a game 4?
The big thing is average shows have been just I felt like they've been just more in sync as a team. Bloom Gaming looked like they're pretty much playing some solo queue at this point, and I think the last draft kind of expressed that. This one they're a little bit more put together. They had a lot of flexes that I wonder if in the call they're like, yeah, let's flex this, flex this, flex this, and that's what they ended up doing. So I kind of want to see what they have in store in terms of getting earlier advantages and looking for plays earlier on, especially what the kind of comp they have. I am more, uh, I'm more looking towards that jungle matchup. Argo doing very well in last game and the game before, and then playing against this time a Rel jungle. I want to see how both these junglers affect their lanes because Argo has been very efficient and last game, it felt while the Viego got ahead, nothing really got done towards that mid game.
Yeah, very much so. I think the jungle fight will be the most impactful thing for us to keep an eye on here in Game 3. But for us to keep an eye on it, we need to be on the Rift. And Bully, I think it's time for us to step aside, let the spectator delay tick down, and be back when we're on the Rift. And back to the Rift we go. Average Joe's up 2 to Bloom's 0. And they're looking to make it a clean sweep here. Bully, you think Bloom at least has a chance of staying out of the Broom's path this time, but it's still an uphill battle for him.
Yeah, it is still an uphill battle. Argo and Hexify and Dom are looking for a little bit poke on the Loveless. So Loveless is going to be half health. They're going to need to take it back. They're going to be back for their camp, but still,
Yeah, still a little
taking
bit
quite a bit of damage.
unfortunate, and getting that ward down is going to give them some nice knowledge about what this rel is going to do in the early game, whether they see her or not. So feels very good for Average to have that early pressure in there.
Look at this, though, in the top side. Zik is actually going to kind of zone out Dom from this lane. So I wonder if we're going to see a small skirmish right here.
Nah, Dom just walks down through the tri-bush. He doesn't care. Should be just fine.
There we go. So, you know, sometimes they like to take the trade there. Sometimes.
Ooh,
But wait a
Dom's
minute.
still hovering. He's thinking about it. He wants to have some fun, but nope, finally backs out.
Yep, there we go.
And I think that did burn enough time that Dom might miss out on level 2 on first minion in the second wave. Nope, just barely gets it.
Barely. Yep. Just perfect timing. They actually got 2 of those minions as well. So actually, both top laners gets 2 of the first 3 minions. That was close. That could have been pretty bad if Dom was missed a couple of that XP there.
Yeah, gotta be careful with how much you toy with your foe. Zyke now going in has the lunge and gets all of 1 auto attack down.
But it's okay. It's a Fiora. Oh my gosh. I'm almost taken down to half HP with that. Well, now it's below half HP.
Yeah, but so Zyke, so it's all even out. All
so
jokes
far,
aside, boring elsewhere.
I think the laning phase, besides top lane, are going to be somewhat... Oh, wait a minute. I was going to say it's going to be kind of boring, but...
Yeah,
bot lane...
already forced to flash here. Loveless is behind, though. Rocket jump in onto Crazy Dog. Stun does miss from Loveless is critical. Forced to flash. The flip does come out, but it's not enough. Meanwhile, Zyke on the top side getting dove upon by Argo. Dom is pretty low health here, so Zyke could look to turn this around pretty easily. But here comes Dom going back in. First blood will be inevitable here and goes to the Gnar.
So Zyke could have actually just left right there. Instead, they try to make the outplay of the Sentry and dives for it while burning the flash as well. So you could, I think that was just too ambitious right there to just try to get the 1v2. I think that is kind of like a solo QS play right there, in my opinion.
Are you telling me that a Bloom Gaming player succumbed to greed and died for it? Wow, that sounds like game 1.
And look who's coming back top lane off of this. It's going to be Argo
Zyke
with the regank.
getting baited in. However, the flag drag flash does not connect, so Zyke should be able to get out of this one. Does get slowed up by the boomerang. There is no vital proc onto Dom, so Zyke in a little bit of trouble and forced to dash away. Does not have the TP this time, so this is very rough for this Fiora when this wave crashes in.
Yep, Dom is going to be able to push in this wave. I imagine they're going to take it back here, as a macro wave is just going to be under tower at this point. So advantage already to Average Joe's with the 700 gold lead. A lot of that is in the top side with about 500 because of the first blood going on to Dom, and Dom is going to pick up the Heartbound Axe.
Yeah, that's a lot of early combat potential for this Gnar. Gonna be feeling absolutely incredible up there. And Zyke, who's supposed to be kind of the real core of this draft, feels like he's in a bit of trouble already.
Yeah, in mid lane, Hexify is taking a lot of damage. Doesn't have any mana left, and so Jacobri's pushing in quite hard. Hexify does have the TP, but they're probably going to lose a little bit of minions to the tower.
Yeah, it does have enough gold for the Lost Chapter here, though, probably. No, not quite.
They don't. They're
just short.
Oh,
that's really unfortunate for Hexify here, having to take that back about 200 gold too early. You don't want that if you're a mid laner. You need that Lost Chapter on first back, otherwise you're in really rough shape.
Yep. And Jacoby also does not have that Lost Chapter. Actually, they're not gonna go for the Lost Chapter. They're gonna go for the Rocket Belt. So, they're pretty much even in combat power. Jacoby does have a little more HP because they are taking that Ruby Crystal. But right now, the pressure and the priority is all Jacoby's right now.
Yeah. Meanwhile, though, in bot, Cloudbreed just struggling to get anything going. Out of mana, out of health. They do get some poke down onto Critical Nugs and Crazy Dog, but with Argo in the area, they'll be forced to back way off.
Yeah, and we spoke a little bit about this when we were in spectator delay, but the Seraphine pick does not make a ton of sense with the Tristana. It kind of has opposite effects of what they want to do in this lane, and right now, kind of feeling it if you're Cloudberry.
Goobs getting knocked up here. Look at how far zoned off this wave he is. Can barely hit the minions here, forced to just stand all the way back and pray that Crazy Dog doesn't get on top of you.
Yeah, and I have to give Crazy Dog a lot of credit. It's not just this game, but Crazy Dog has been doing a really good job of knowing when they can zone out Scoobs from the wave and making sure they don't.
This is dangerous for Loveless. Going to get zoned out of the Drake here, but the collapse not quite quick enough.
Yeah, so Loveless will be able to get out. Their flash is going to be up soon. We did see Loveless use that flash bot lane, try to go for the kill, but I think there's also a disconnect on that play originally because the bot lane of Bloom Gaming actually kind of backed off of it instead of going for the kill. So that miscommunication, I think, is going to keep on happening until, you know, they're on the same page. They're going to be like, all right, we're going to look for the kill on here. I'm going to flash on this. I'm going to get the kill. We're going to, you know, translate that to a dragon fight, etc. I think they're playing too reactively instead of more actively.
Jacoby does get the Pop Blossom onto Hexify, but he's out mana.
Yep.
I absolutely agree, though. And the problem with until they get on the same page is they've run out the clock on that. Mm-hmm. They've had 3 games to get on the same page. If you're not on the same page now, you're at the end of the book, my
word
friend.
that Cloudberry was giving a big pep talk in lobby of Game 3, so we'll see how that affects it. But we do see...
My brother in Christ, you are the reason we are down 0-2.
We do see Argo on that dragon as Rel was spotted up in topside, so that dragon is going to go over to Average Joe's as there's no Pop Blossom available for Jacoby, and the bot lane of Average Joe's have full priority.
And where credit is due, Loveless is going for this Rift Herald, so this is the trade we said we needed to see from this Bloom squad, getting something here. However, Collapse coming down from Dom, this could be a little bit dangerous for him as Jacoby's in the area. Looking for some kind of sneaky steal, will not get it here, and Rift Herald finally going into the pockets of Bloom.
Crazy Dog looking for the roam mid, and that just gave Scoobs the opportunity to go in. The Featherstorm was used, the Encore was, well, there's no Encore actually, but the Featherstorm was used defensively to try to make sure they don't die in the bot lane. So good awareness by Scoobs to know that the minute that Crazy Dog was roaming, that they can look for the engage.
Yeah, but on the other side, a smart play by Nugs here, just using the Featherstorm. It's a much shorter cooldown than anything else he had available. Still has the flash, still has the cleanse, so can certainly feel very safe while waiting for Crazy Dog to return to this lane. Far from the end of the world for this Saya.
Yep, but that will be another play going down, so a lot of gold going over the Scoops. I do like the fact that Critical Nugs decided to use the Featherstorm immediately instead of holding it. A lot of players might be like, okay, I could possibly save this ultimate, but what happens is they save it, but they're become 1/4 HP, or you know, they almost die because of it, so they're forced to back, so they can't stay in the lane anymore.
Yeah, it's more valuable to be able to still fight and lose one tool than it is to save that tool and not be able to fight. So good awareness by Critical Nugs. Unfortunately, down quite a bit, down 2 plates, down about a wave's worth of CS, and top lane, Dom's down 2 waves, mid, or jungle, Argo's down a couple of camps. So the Average Joes need to find a little bit more of the success that they've been finding in the past to bring themselves back in this. Jacoby, flash from Critical Nugs, very good, keeping themselves safe. But Crazy Dog is down. Now the Magnet Storm coming in. Critical Nugs forced to use that cleanse, but it will not be enough as Scoobs picks that up. That's a 2-kill dive down there in the bot.
good play by both Critical Nugs and Loveless. I like the coordination to make sure that it goes punished because they have the Rift Herald, and they were going to be able to take this entire turret down. And a lot of gold is going to go over to Bloom Gaming.
Yeah, this is finally the Bloom that we're used to seeing. A Bloom that's dominant, that's impactful around the map, that knows how to make use of what they're doing. They're going to get the charge canceled onto that second turret, but still, that's a whole lot going down. Now Zyke in trouble on the top side. Will the minions be enough? No, the clock tower misses as well. Can Dom track them down? One more auto will do it. The flash, not strictly necessary, but Dom picks up the kill solo on the top side.
And I think that was just another greedy play. They're going to try to use the parry to try to on the Gnar ultimate, and instead they get knocked into the wall, they get comboed, and they were taking a 1 HP, and that was just an easy follow-up by Dom to get the kill. They were looking to make the outplay, but instead they took the risk and they got burned again.
And Dom now on this Gnar has so much combat power over Zyke. It's going to be a long time until this Fiora can really duel with Dom, and if it continues like this, that time might be never. Unfortunately for Dom, though, they are being collapsed upon by Loveless and the bot lane of Bloom. Scoobs going in with the rocket jump will get stunned up here, but is that enough? Dom does get away here and will be a-okay.
Yeah, and I think it's just plays like that that is just unnecessary in my opinion for Bloom Gaming when your bot lane and your mid lane is actually doing super well. Your jungle is getting a lot of things done, but making a play like that just puts your side lane at risk for pretty much what happened last game.
Yeah, absolutely. And now this bot lane has to be a little bit careful. Argo is here. We'll be looking for the flag and drag. The Cataclysm comes down onto Cloudberry. The auto attacks from Dom doing so much, but Argo's in a lot of trouble here. TP coming in from Hexify, wanting to help clean this up, will be mashed by Jacobri as Scoob's trying to get out. Crazy Dog looking for the quickness onto him, will find it, and that is a very dead Tristana. Jacobri does get the pop blossom, but it may not be enough. Getting ulted under turret by this Vex and will go down. Loveless is here, but it is too little too late. For V1 now, the Rel trying to stay alive underneath this turret will get stunned up by Dom, ulted as well, but I don't think they can kill this Rel. She is
available.
Tanky. Yeah, this is going to be the end of that play, and in fact, Loveless looking for something else here, perhaps. Really wants to defend this turret with all her might.
Yeah, Cloudberry is back in the area. Dom was trying to proxy the wave, but this tower actually still stands. But the big thing to note is that Average Joe's played super aggressively right there to get that play done, and the TP from Jacobri was a little bit too late as the entire team just fell before they got back in time. So Scoobs fell when the Pop Blossom happened, and there's not a lot of follow-up damage to be sought. So good play by Average Joe's. Zik is still pushing the bot side against Critical Nugs. Critical Nugs is still able to withstand this pressure. So
yeah, and look at all that Average Joe's got off that. They lose nobody. Dom is now 3-0-2. He is massive, very close to that Trinity Force. Hexify, who was struggling a little bit in the mid lane against Jacobri early, now 2-0-0, has the fully completed Everfrost and will start becoming a major threat here very soon. Like, all of those lanes that they were doing okay in suddenly feel a whole lot shakier than they were 60 seconds or 2 minutes ago.
yeah, and that whole play topside started by trying to pick off Dom because they started feeling the pressure of, oh, this Gnar is becoming pretty big. We need to try to stop him. And they used a lot to try to get the kill, and while Dom didn't use anything. But right now, the Dragon is being started up by Bloom Gaming, and we might see a massive fight as Dom is in the area.
Yeah, Dom is here, has the Gnar available, and this is a numbers advantage as Zyke on the top side does not have TP. Likely going to get that outer turret, but it's going to be at the cost of Drake number 2, and Average have shown that they definitely have the capacity to chain these Drakes early and often, so this is going to start to be a concern for Bloom very, very shortly.
Yeah, the big thing is Bloom started that Dragon thinking that he started.
Oof.
Oh. But in reality, when you have a TP-less Fiora in top side and there's a Gnar already making their play down to the pit, you have to get off that Dragon, then you just have to basically give it up, and now they gave that mid priority back to Average Joe's, and they're going to be able to try to turn this into the second Rift Herald.
Yeah, Fiora now being chased off the top side, so they don't have priority over there. The rotation's just too slow from Bloom. They lose Rift Herald number 2 for nothing, basically.
Yep, and I imagine this Rift Herald is going to be used to try to break open this mid turret, as it is um, a big wall of vision that you can open up if that mid turret goes down. Uh, but Dom is going to be able to answer back that turret that's took in the top side with his own turret.
Yeah, gets the turret and gets a little bit more besides, forcing both Loveless and Zyke to respond to this, as well as Cloudberry. This is a lot of resources being forced up here, and Dom can just walk away. He's strong enough that he can take on all 3 comers, most likely.
Yeah, Dom is playing with the fact that he doesn't want to push up too much because he does have a big shutdown. He has a 300 gold bounty, but he's playing smart to make sure that he doesn't get caught out, but he's able to exert that kind of pressure. It's not exactly like last game, like on the Garrett, where his only goal is to split push. This one, though, he's able to split push plus be a nuisance in the enemy jungle and look for the roams back to mid lane and look for the plays with Argo and look to, get a 3-man Gnar ultimate with the Cataclysm on top of it.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you can force the enemy team to play uncertain, to float back and forth between lanes, that lets you find consistent numbers advantages elsewhere on the map. That means Critical Nugs is going to be safe to scale up and reach that point where Tristana feels less effective than the Xayah in coordinated team fights. So this is great for Dom. You're buying the space the rest of your squad needs to become the best versions of themselves.
I like the respect that. Oh,
Oh,
Godfrey.
Argo. Thought about it there, couldn't quite find the flag and drag onto Cloudberry and didn't want to use the Cataclysm. Very cautious play there, but does get the TP out of Jacobri, gets the flash ult out of Cloudberry as well. So good little bait there for nothing by the average Joes.
Yep, and now next time that Cataclysm is up, Cloudberry is just gonna be dead at that point.
I mean, Cataclysm
But
wasn't used there. Hexify's in a bit of trouble here, does get knocked up by the Rel. However, Argo is
now it's
here
used.
this time. Jacoby locked down and forced to flash away immediately. He's getting a lot of use out of this J4 and will get that bot tier 1 with this Rift Herald, perhaps.
Yeah, it was definitely gonna go down, but now we see a play try to be made by Bloom Gaming, but immediately just countered and by Argo, and Average Joe's was able to get a lot more than that the play made by Bloom. So even the top side, Dom is playing very cautiously against his Fiora because he knows the power of that Sunder and he knows the power of the Fiora, but he's making sure that the pressure still stands where Zik cannot actually make a play into mid lane, cannot actually push out, or they could just risk dying themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. Just bleeding out this Bloom squad, even if you don't actually get any kills, even if none of these turrets fall, you're still allowing your team to push up this vision line so freely, make it easy to control this third Drake, make it easy to control the Baron when it spawns in 90 seconds, and make it so difficult for Bloom to walk up beyond those turrets that they have, try to contest anywhere else on the map. This is a bold TP from Zyke, but it's not going to work out. Dom just battles his way back through. Grand Challenge is popped, but Dom's A-okay.
Yeah, the flash was used right there, and decided not to actually follow that because Zyke knows that there's a possibility that they can meet the entire average Joe's team in that top side red jungle. So decides to take that small win, decides to collect this wave, and the next dragon is going to be up in 25 seconds. That would put average Joe's on soul point, and that was a big ultimate actually used by Zik. So I want to see how Bloom Gaming actually starts looking to get control of this pit, as they got the control of the mid wave right now, which is absolutely massive.
Yeah, but Zik does not have any way of joining this fight, has no TP, used it to try and chase down Dom there, and the wave is not going to be pressuring this turret at any point during this Drake fight, so this is just a numbers down fight for Bloom. This is
Bloom has
really
to
the
give this up
opposite of
now.
what they wanted, yeah.
Yeah.
Argo over the wall, looking for it, finds the flag and drag onto Loveless already, and you can see Bloom is running. They're already scared. Argo flashing forward. They found Loveless here. They're churning through this Rel's health bar, and she's forced to crash down away from the fight.
It's almost available. Oh,
Just
okay.
continuing to push forward. Finally now Ziggs found the turret, but it doesn't matter. Dom can
TP's
TP
gonna be
in,
used to
Dom
try to
can
defend the
match,
next turret, so
and the Drake's dead. Like,
Yep.
they are 5 minutes away from Soul here, and all Zik got for it in exchange was a single turret.
Oh, looks like Zig
Chasing
is gonna
down
look
onto
for get
Dom,
the kill
but
here. Nope.
can't
But
find it. Can only proc one Vital as well, which is really unfortunate for him. Crazy Dog pops the quickness, but doesn't find anything, and now Zik's just getting run down. Dom might just be able to chase, forces the flash out of Zik. That's really expensive. Blast Cone will keep Zik alive for now, but this Fiora very vulnerable still against Dom.
Dom,
And
oh, Zig's
oh
dead.
no, that's
Oh,
not
that's
Zik.
not Zig.
That's the
That's Jacob.
Nico. Yeah,
I was like, wait,
Jacobri
how did Zig
taking a
get over
lot of
there?
damage
But
though.
that was a big and
Hexify,
a half.
yeah, has Scoobs on the backside. Will be able to get that shutdown. Can't Average Joe's get anything else out of this. They do find Scoobs on the side. The damage might be there, but no, the rocket jump away.
You know, I really wish on Spectator they didn't change the name of the champion as well, or name of the player as well. But good pick right there. As looks like Loveless might be looking for a play.
Yeah, they're trying to find something. They do have Zyke. The beautiful Magnus Storm onto 3 after the Encore will find Crazy Dog, but Loveless is in trouble. Loveless might just go down, stuck in the Cataclysm. One more turret shot would do it, but it's not quite there. Now Dom is here, has the ultimate available, but can't get into the fight, doesn't have the Rage Bar, so mid-outer will be taken, and Bloom has a bit of a gold lead, has a bit of momentum. Can they keep it going?
But 3 dragons secured for Average Joes. They, even though they're down about 1k gold, it doesn't matter. They're able to get that the priority over the dragon every time, and that's largely part because Dom is always there. Walks the dragon is able to TP back to the top lane to make sure that Zig couldn't take any more than that, just that tier 2. Zig is getting kind of strong because they got that a lot of gold from that tier 2 tower, but in reality the rest of the map is getting pressured because now they're going to be forced to fight that soul point, and if they don't, that's just going to be a lot of added value to this average Joe squad.
Yeah, Zik is certainly strong, don't get me wrong, but each of these plays, you're getting a little bit of CS, you're maybe getting a turret, you're getting some pressure down, whereas Average Joe's, they're getting major objectives.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like Dom is being put far enough behind by Zik for the plays that he's making elsewhere on the map. And this has been a common theme, right? Where Bloom has just been out macroed by the Average Joes. We need to see Zik make use of the pressure that they have to do more here.
We saw the power of that ultimate combo that Bloom Gaming just pulled off in the mid lane, and they were able to get the mid lane tower off of it. They need to be able to get enough vision where they're able to catch Average Joes off guard and make that kind of play again and again, so they can start relieving pressure off of Zig. They can start making sure they get priority over these objectives, or they're just gonna keep bleeding. Yes, the goal lead is not, it's just in their favor by 1,000, but in reality is that they're just getting torn apart macro wise across the map.
Yeah, and at this point, 1,000 gold is very little, right? It's a component. And if this fight is coming down to a component, then both squads are doing something wrong. Because both of these squads have incredible team fight combos. And they should be able to sweep one way or another, component or not.
Yep, and it actually Cloudberry decides to go for that Leandries on the Seraphine, and again, with the vision score is Crazy Dog actually just has a lot more vision score than Cloudberry. It feels like a lot of this game, a lot of the series comes down to vision, as a lot of Average Joe's plays were made because they had full vision.
Dom being run down here. The Grand Challenge has been issued and will be popped. Dom might just be taken down here, forced to flash away, but one more lunge will do it, and that's a 600 gold shutdown for this Fiora.
And, you know, this is what I kind of, thought was going to happen a lot sooner. It finally happens where Zig is able just to run down Dom, but it comes extremely late. But right now, the priority is coming in the mid lane, is going over to Bloom Gaming, and the dragon is coming up in 30 seconds. So Dom is going to be up, but will probably need to, try to get their Narbar up.
Ooh, Argo in behind.
Oh,
Crazy Dog popped the
quickness.
ultimate. That was
Yeah.
a decision. That's not
Yeah,
going to be available for the Drake fight now. That's expensive mistake.
yeah, that is a disconnect that we haven't seen Average Joe's make in quite a bit of time, but it's gonna force Dom to match Zik in his top wave, and they both have TP this time for this dragon.
They both have TP, however, neither has consistent TP cancellation abilities. So it will be very interesting to see the kind of dynamic that goes along, and we can already
Oh,
see Zik
oh,
backing way off. Ultimate from Hexify completely misses as both TPs are channeled. No, that's in fact the Nico TP coming
wait,
in.
Zik does not
That's
opt to use the
Zik.
TP right here.
Blue gets the Drake. That is Soul taken completely as Dom is in. This is a 5-on-4
Oh,
fight, but
big
Cobra
pop
gets a
loss.
4-man Pop Blossom. Will it be enough? Argo very, very low, but does not fall. However, Loveless in trouble. No members down from either side. Zik is on the inhibitor, but they lost Mountain Soul for nothing here. And now Scoob's in trouble, actually. Scoob's taking a lot of damage, forced to rocket jump over the wall, and Dom is following. Zik trying to get this inhibitor and will likely get it, is out of mana though and might just go down for this. Forced to flash away, Flag and Drag will connect once again, and Zik pays for their crimes. That's a 700 gold shutdown going into the pockets of this J4. As
Yeah.
continuing to chase on this top side, the fights will not end.
Oh,
Jacobri fails the rocket belt and will go down for that, and that's going to be Baron here for the Average Joes. This has been a wild 60 seconds here, Bully.
and the cancellation attempts by Bloom Gaming actually forced Average Joe's to take that fight, and they're gonna get a Baron off of it
Loveless
because
is
that.
looking for a steal
Oh.
here. Going over the wall, will get
Oh!
steal. Yes, he does get it. The stun comes down, but it's too little, too late. Loveless has gotten what he came for. There are 2 Barons now on the map for Bloom, but that means 0 for the Average Joes.
And that was basically a series-saving fight right there because they were able to get that um, the Baron. But right there, it was a very risky play from Bloom Gaming to try to stop the backs as Zik was pushing top wave because they didn't know it's a possibility that that would be turned into Baron if they get caught out, and it did. They got caught out in the river. Zik was able to get the inhibitor, but fell in the for the cost of it, and the Baron should have actually went to Average Joe's, but Loveless was able to basically get into the pit for free and won the Smite fight.
Yeah, that's kind of lazy play by the Average Joes. You have the Gnar, you have the J4, you have ways over that wall. You absolutely need to check that blast cone. It doesn't matter that Loveless is low. It doesn't matter that the odds of a steal are low. You have to be prepared for the potential eventuality, and you have to take every option possible to make sure it doesn't happen.
Yep, and on the bright side for Average Joe's is that Zik does not.
Zyke?
Oh,
Zik is very
Zik
dead
is
here,
dead.
went way too deep, and found all 5 members of the Average Joes will just die for nothing.
They they're just in the enemy jungle, just like looking for stuff, and they found 5 members of Average Joe, and they just go down for it. Right in the meantime, Jacoby will be pushing bot lane, but they're just gonna give up a lot of that Baron power play that they have on 2 of their members. It's gonna be on Scoops and on I believe it was Cloudberry.
Yes.
But this is like the first wave they actually burned up.
Yeah, I mean, it's a defensive Baron, right? You're not so concerned about using the power play as denying it, but it still feels bad not being able to get anything and losing more off of it. And this is Bloom twice in a row now that we've seen, or twice in this series, rather, that we've seen get Baron and not be able to do anything with it. So that has to weigh on them a little bit here.
Still a small gold advantage, but they don't have they're down 4 dragons, the Soul, Elder Dragon coming up in about 2 minutes and 23 seconds. So that could be the game deciding fight. They have the pressure of the super minis and topside, but with getting caught out in the topside jungle, with getting just getting pushed in mid lane, they're not able to do anything with that added pressure on the top side so far, and eventually that inhibitor will come back up, and then Average Joes can continue to try to carry out their onslaught to try to end this in 3 games.
Yeah, and if you're the Average Joes, yeah, you're down 1,000 gold, but the effective gold value of Mountain Soul is enough to recoup that and more. because it means that you're not going to be bursted out as quickly by Scoobs. It means you're not as concerned about a Pop Blossom pick from Jacobri because you know you have the health and the resistances to survive it.
You know what the
Ooh.
funniest part about that Mountain Soul is that in the Baron Pit after Average Joe's claimed the soul, Scoops tried to cancel the back of Dom, but because of the added shield, it didn't cancel out. So Scoops just sat there trying to break through it.
Dom eventually canceled it, and
Yeah,
then went and killed
Dom was
the
like, you know
Average
what? I'm
Joe's
taking this
team.
fight.
But it didn't need to happen. Dom could have
Yeah.
just backed.
It was actually so funny to watch, but Scoops is actually getting quite strong as they have 3 items complete. They have the Newton Quiver, the Lord Doms, and the Kraken Slayer, so they could pretty much one-shot Critical Nugs if Critical Nugs gets caught out without using the Feather Storm.
Yeah, however, that cleanse in the back pocket does make it so hard to find that catch onto the Xayah. You need to either catch them by surprise and burst them instantly, or catch them twice. And that just becomes so hard with the amount of vision that Crazy Dog has laid down. Nearly
Hullbreaker
3
complete for
vision
both
score
top
per minute.
laners. So, oh,
Yeah, fight breaking out between the top laners, and Zyke does not win those right now, apparently.
well, I think he was more concerned of where the rest of the team was because he was still in a bad area and he didn't want to repeat getting caught right before this Elder spawns in 13 seconds.
Yeah, this will be perhaps a deciding fight here, Bully. Both of these squads have a pretty clear path directly into the enemy base if they can find this Elder, so positioning very carefully. Zyke getting caught out first. The Flag
This
and Drag
might be a
does
mistake.
connect. The parry completely misses, and now, with no flash on Zyke,
Look
that's a
who's
little
over the
bit
wall.
rough.
It's Loveless. They are in position to make a
No,
big
that's
play. They
fake
do have the
Loveless.
flash.
That's fake
That's
Loveless.
fake Loveless. I hate Nico.
Gotta love Nico looking for the Pop Blossom over with that Blast Cone, but will be spotted out here by Argo moving forward. The Elder has been started down to about 10,000. Flash Magnet Storm going in on
Oh
the 5.
my
Pop
God.
Blossom lands on all 5 as well. That's a beautiful CC chain by this Bloom Gaming squad. Will it be enough? Looks like yes, 3 members are down. It's just Dom and Critical left, but they don't have anything left in the tank. The Elder is going to go down, the Baron soon to follow. And short of a miracle, this may be going to game 4, Bully.
And that's the power of their team comp. They got everything they wanted. They got the 5-man Magnet Storm. They got the 5-man Pop Blossom. They got the 5-man Encore. Actually, I don't know if it was 5-man, but they got everything. And they were able to wipe clean that fight before it even started. And they're going to be able to take that inhibitor mid lane. And this game just took a turn where Bloom Gaming looked probably the best they've been this entire series.
Yeah, this is the first time Bloom has been more than just a bud. But they will not end the game. They get 2 inhibitors and now look to turn towards the Baron. They won't go all the way though, stopping those backs. And in fact, this might be a little bit dangerous. Crazy Dog looking to stop those and will cancel Zyke out. Down to about 2/3 health as Argo fishing for a Flag and Drag onto
Scoops really wants
Scoops.
those. Oh.
Scoops is dead here.
Yeah.
Scoops
really
for no
wanted to
reason.
get those fruits.
And that might be
dies
Baron
for it.
sacked. This time
Baron
they're
sacked.
smarter. The Blast
Wait,
Cone
Loveless is over the wall.
popped. Loveless is over the wall. Does have the crash down. Can they steal once again?
It's gonna be a
Cloudberry
50-50.
being zoned out. Another 50-50 and is stolen once again. Magnet Storm on to 4. Will it be enough to save this game? Beautiful root.
Elder is in the pocket.
And the Elder does so much here. That's another shutdown. 2 kills already. Cloudberry does finally fall on the back, but they've zoned out Dom for so long that the fight is back in Bloom's favor. Backs coming out now from the Gnar, but pushing into the base is this Bloom squad. Jacobri down to half health, but Zyke untouched on the backside. And now it is a Nexus defense for this Average Joe squad. Can they keep this game alive for another 30 seconds and burn off that Elder buff? Going to be difficult. Time is against them as Zyke going in onto the Nexus turrets backed away before the Demolish can pop. And I think they have saved themselves for now, Bully.
Yeah, but they still have Baron in the pocket, so still have another push. I think it was a smart idea to recall when they were trying to, but instead they kind of took some greedy paths or for some reason looking for you know the honey fruit in the river, which it kind of spelled the doom of Scoops. But the ensuing fight was saved not only because of Lova stealing the Baron, it's because they had the Elder. It's so hard to fight a team, even though you pick off one, when they have an Elder and they have the tools to just one-shot you.
I think it's time for us to start an investigation into Argo. Getting the Baron stolen twice in the pivotal game is a little bit suspect here, bully.
I think that's more of a team play though, right? You should never have the ability of being a 50-50 when Loveless is the only one like threatening to steal at that point. And it was a 50-50 each time.
Oh, Hexify. Hexify is in trouble here. Hexify has been caught out. That's indefensible when you're this close to losing. Now it's a numbers advantage, and this spells trouble for the average Joes.
Yeah, and the minions are gonna start crashing into this base. Argo, Crazy Dog, and Dom or Critical Nugs are just underneath their own tower. They're just trying to clear these minions, but I feel like this onslaught and this amount of damage from the Tristana just nukes the first tower.
Yeah, no waves are anywhere close. The mid wave got cut off by some minions, which is very nice for this average Joe squad. They are going to be able to wait out most of the Baron, just 30 seconds left on it. But with just one Nexus turret remaining and 10 seconds until Hexify comes up, it is about time for their final stand. They need to find a win here. Flash in, Magnet Storm lands onto 3, Pop Blossom onto 4, and the combo once again has been hit. That's going to be the end of this game, as finally Bloom remembers they are the better team and start to play these team fights like it.
They found the one fantastic fight and they did not let go of the lead right there. They lost a soul, but that soul ended up being non-existent at the end of the game as just the CC chain, the damage that this Nico, this even the Encore was doing, was just massive. It felt like Average Joe's kept on grouping up for the most part, but they kept on falling into the position where Loveless was able to get a lot going. We did not see Dom able to get a big Meganar ultimate for those entire team fights because the fight ended before anything really happened.
Yeah, no, really unfortunate for Dom. Just didn't have the same impact as they did on the Garen. And you have to start wondering here, as the average Joe's, how pivotal was that first steal? Because if they get that Baron, the game is over. That's right there after that
Yep.
first kind of swing from blue to red, where the Baron was taken. And if you don't get that as Bloom, you don't survive through the real rough patch there. You don't stay in this game. So for the Joes, I mean, they almost can walk into game 4 with their heads held high. Like, there were a couple of mistakes, a couple of coin flips that didn't go their way, but they still have an advantage, and overall, they've still played like the better team in this match.
Yep, they have to, they completed game 1 of the potential reverse sweep, but they have to do it twice more to, get to the quarterfinals. Yeah, it's quarterfinals.
Yes.
So I think that is a big confidence builder for Bloom Gaming, and maybe that did result from Cloudbreeze's pep talk in the middle of game 2 and 3, but that did show that Bloom Gaming is not going to fall over and die. They're going to try to rise to the occasion and bring us to a game 5.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see. Before they can get to game 5, they have to get through game 4. I think it's time for us to step aside and see what they bring to the table in that draft. We'll be right back, folks, so don't change the channel. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are up to game number 4. Bloom managing to take a game off of the average Joes who have looked incredible throughout this series, but they finally managed to find the team fights and made Dom look a little bit impotent here on the top side on that Gnar. Now the average Joe's looking to avoid the reverse sweep as Bloom tries to force a game 5.
Yep, and we're gonna see mostly the same bands from Average Joe, so just changing things up. I wonder if they're gonna end up banning something else for this third ban, but the Orion and Sintra are consistent. They banned the Zaya, so they might be going for Average Joes aren't gonna take that B1 which they did last game.
Could the Jinx be on the table finally? Or are we going to see fights over the misfortune again? And
I
am I
wonder if
going to
they're
be
gonna
sad?
I for some reason I think they're gonna try to opt for the misfortune. But I would love to see a Jinx.
Jinx is just so strong in the current meta. We saw the Rel come out as well, now being banned away by Bloom. They don't want that to be first picked, so average Joes, they're gonna go for the Rakan B1?
Yeah,
That's what you're spending your draft capital on?
that's
Okay.
a that's quite a bit. I wonder if they're gonna look to go for that Jarvan again. The Jarvan didn't make a lot of impact later in the game, but it's still one of Argo's better champions. The Nocturne is banned, and it's still gonna be up unless Bloom Gaming picks it. But Senna and
Are we gonna see a fasting Senna?
Tom
We
Kench,
are.
we
Senna
are.
Tom Kench in the bot lane for critical, or not critical, for Scoobs and Cloudberry. Alright, sure. Might as well throw against the wall and see what sticks. It's been real good once again recently. We've seen it in a high level competitive play, so seeing it here once again with their backs against the wall, what's the harm?
Yeah, and Average Joe's, they need to think what they want to pick here. They probably gonna pick their ADC, and it's gonna be the Ashe. So a lot of pick potential already. Varus.
Ash Varus. Alright.
Ooh. Hmm.
I, I mean, Varus mid, nothing to sneeze at by any
But
stretch of the imagination, but
picking it
taking it blind
blind
is.
is would be interesting. Maybe they're just hovering it. Maybe
Yeah, that they were going for the
there we
V's, but
go.
they actually meant Vi.
Yeah.
Um, they're hovering junglers right now, and Lilia
So
makes a whole
Lilia.
lot more sense here, and will in fact be locked in. Yeah,
That's a Lilia. So they didn't opt to go for that Jarvan. Maybe they just didn't feel like they wanted to pick that again. Lilia does provide a lot more damage. Can cause ridiculously just a headache because of how fast they are. Bloom Gaming, I wonder if they're gonna opt to go for the R3 top lane pick again because um, they don't want to kind of get, I guess, just
stand out.
bullied and yeah in the second phase, but they don't.
No, they're going for the Jin Zhao here, and Crescent Guard is a very powerful ability, and Jin Zhao will be able to invade the Lilia pretty heavily here if Loveless can get a tempo advantage. But
Warren
that
is
Jin
still
Zhao
up.
falls off.
Warren is still up. I wonder if the Bloom Game is gonna opt to ban that with this ban, but they're gonna go for the Garen. So a couple of the champions that we did see ban out couple this last few games are the Malphite and the Ornn. Only one can be banned at this point, so Average Joes might be able to get one of those back into their own pocket.
Yeah, the Nico going to be taken away here, so none of that for Jacobri. They learned their lesson after that game.
Yeah, Jacoby hit a lot of major pop blossoms, but sometimes it's easy to hit a massive pop blossom when you have the Magna Storm and you gotta encore with it just to set you up. But definitely played super well in that Nico. And Bloom Gaming now has a decision to make. Malphite.
Banning away the Malphite. Is this them saying they're going to pick the Ornn here?
Maybe, but the Fury's banned, basically setting up Average Joes to pick up the Ornn if it's not picked up here.
Yeah, because we did see the Gwen did not work out well. There is the Ornn. Could Zyke pick up the Gwen here and just say, or could Dom pick up the Gwen rather and say, "Hey Zyke, this is how you play this matchup."
I wonder. But it definitely put themselves in the pickle because they were the ones that banned out the Fiora, trying to act like they're gonna show that they're gonna pick the Orin, but the Orin was picked by Bloom Gaming, and I know Average Joe's wanted to take that pick, so they're going to opt to.
Gonna opt to go for the
Sure.
Aatrox here. All right, sure. That is a champion that Dom likes to play. Has a 71% win rate in solo queue over 17 games, which is not nothing, but it doesn't necessarily counter the Ornn as well as something like the Fiora or the Gwen here.
It's gonna be pretty major in team fights, but it's not gonna be as heavily pressure what a Fiora or Gwen would do, but Kazan. Wait a minute.
Wait, is that an Aatrox mid?
That's either an Aatrox mid or a Kazante mid.
I mean,
But
look. Either way,
who knows?
it's about time that one of these teams picked up Kazante.
I feel like
I mean,
Dom is gonna take that Aatrox top. He's good on it. So Kazante, I imagine
yeah.
he's gonna be mid.
Hexify does have games on this Kazante, has an abysmal win rate in solo queue, but that's not important. It's about what's best for the team as Bloom picks up the Azir. So either way, the poke is going to be miserable. The tank in the mid lane is going to suffer. But your job is to just make it to teamfight phase and be a massive front wall for this Ashe Lilia to shred through Bloom's squad. And in that regard, the Joes have a pretty good team comp.
Yeah, I mean, I will say though, they do have an Azir on the other side, so let's see how good Jacoby is at the Stream Shuffle, because that's going to come in massive, especially when you're playing with the Xin Zhao Ornn. They could set up for some major CC chain and allowing Senna just to blast through the enemy champions.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if Bloom can play their team comp that they drafted here like they did last game's team comp, where they were on the same page, where they were hitting their combos like they needed to, where they didn't have those mistakes that plagued them in games 1 and 2, they're going to be in great shape. The issue is they can't make those mistakes.
Yeah,
They don't
and
have the runway to.
it almost feels like now Average Joe's is going to be on a timer, especially playing against that Senna Zir Ornn combo and the Tom Kench. That's champions that just heavily scale in this game, and at some point that Senna is just gonna have a ton of what's it called? It's not souls.
I think it is. No, it's not. It's Mist. Mist.
Mist. I have no idea why they decided. It's like what, Mist. She's gonna pick up Mist. But yeah,
It's Riot, man. What?
they're gonna. She's gonna
What
pick
can
up
you
a
do?
lot of Mist, start doing a lot of damage, start able to auto people from across the map.
Yeah, which is funny because her gun never misses. But every time she gets stacks, she missed.
Oh my god, I'm done.
It's I need more glitch apparently.
I'm leaving.
I'm losing it.
But
Hey, it could be worse. You could be with Nyarko. He makes more puns than me.
sure, he does. I've casted with him. He makes some puns here and there. So do a lot of the BOL casters. I wonder if they like Google puns like before the series. Like, what puns
No,
does Castante have?
no, we're just naturally like this. We're just naturally unhinged in this regard.
But it's definitely a different look to both these teams actually. When we saw Zik, first time like playing Ornn this game, and the other games obviously we saw the Fiora, Gwen, and Aatrox, and now they're playing a tank. And on the flip side, Hexify on the Cassante.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a good change for Zik, because I know I've said it a bunch, but I don't think the split pushers have been effective this series. Like at best they've gone even with Dom. It doesn't feel like they've gotten the major victories that they need to be a real force here. I think the Ornn is going to be more effective in team fights and going to have a bit more of a presence on the map. So I think this is a valuable change for Bloom, and I think it comes at a time when they need Zik to fit into a new role.
Yeah, I like the Xin pick as well. Trying to get this, mid lane, bot lane, some early advantages will go a long way. Especially if they're able to blow the Ashe flash early on. That could just pave way for an immediate gank, and trying to secure
Absolutely.
early kills for your Tahm Kench or Senna. Honestly, gold on either of them are so valuable, so it's not like KSing at the point. It's just a lot of value to it.
Hmm. And it's rough for the Ashe as well because you are an immobile ADC and you're facing in the Tahm Kench and the Xin Zhao 2 knockups.
Mhm.
Cleanse is not going to save you there. You
Yeah, I,
either dodge the Tahm Kench Abyssal Dive or you die.
I don't think they're gonna take the cleanse in this game. I imagine
No,
that they're gonna take the ghost.
that seems like the right choice here in my mind as well. It offers what the cleanse would, but better
Mhm.
in that you can outstep your enemies. But there's
Uh,
still going to be a
remind
lot of pressure on Nugs to not miss position at any point.
remind me. Maybe I'm wrong here, but back in the good old days, weren't you able to see the summer spells taken in Spectator?
Yes. When spectator delay kicks in,
We are in Spectator delay.
then yes, Riot Games has broken it again. But then
Fantastic,
again, Riot Games also entirely broke replays. So who knows with Riot Games? Anything can happen.
fantastic. But we're gonna get into Game 4, and we probably should take a small break before then. But when we come back, Game 4 between Average Joe's and Bloom Gaming. Bloom Gaming, another two match point times two, or what is the other word? Not match point.
2 chances to take this home.
Yeah, yeah.
We'll be right back, folks. Eventually.
I will say this series will end in at least in 2 games, no matter what.
Uh,
Huh? Oh.
I Ladies and gentlemen, welcome on to the Rift for game number 4. The Average Joes up 1 on Bloom here, looking to punch their ticket to the BOL Plat quarterfinals. But Bloom looked very good in game 3 and wants to continue that momentum into game number 4. They've got the fasting Senna in the bot lane and have taken Zyke off of the split pushers and on to the Ornn here. Bully, how you feel about their chances with all these changes?
I like it. I definitely like the Senna Tom Kench. I think gives a lot of utility with both your ADC and quote unquote support. So I think this is an interesting draft from Bloom, and I do like their chances in this game. Um, Big thing to note is Critical Nugs did opt to go with that Ghost, so they're gonna be a quick Ash.
Yeah, she's going to be zooming in between the likely approach velocity that she has in her runes and the ghost. In those fights, she'll be moving around at light speed. Going to be very difficult to land those abyssal dives or roots onto her. But we'll have to see to what degree that matters. Because if Scoobs and Cloudberry can get some good aggression early, they can really keep Critical Nugs from being at all relevant to these team fights.
Yep, and looks like that was a leash from Crazy Dog, but Critical Nugs was not there. So that was gonna actually be a late level 2 by Crazy Dog, I believe.
Yeah, will be a little bit awkward there for the Rakan. We're going to have to see whether that impacts the lane at all. Not sure whether Cloudberry and Scoobs will really be aggressive here with that level 2. We're just kind of push them off the wave here.
Yep, and looks like level 2 does get by Scoops, and oh, I'm
Yeah, not a whole
surprised.
lot of pressure.
I'm surprised they didn't actually go for like the engage right there, but they still get a lot of damage down on Critical Nugs.
Yeah, some good damage down. Force the potion to be popped. So they'll have plenty of pressure to continue to move forward in this lane. And of course, with Cloudberry being on that tank, only having one pot is not the end of the world. In the top side now, Dom getting ganked early by Loveless. There's no real way out for the Aatrox except for a beautiful flash over this wall. He will attempt it and will get it. Perfect flash over the fattest part of that wall to get out alive.
Yeah, and Loveless didn't decide to actually pursue that, but maybe they didn't want to fail flash on him. But you could tell that Dom was making sure they got over that wall because a fail flash there would have been so sad.
Yeah, that would have been the end of that lane for sure. Lose the flash, lose the kill, just completely destroy any chance of keeping that lane state managed. So, good on them for playing it slow, playing it safe, and playing it smart.
Dom does
Meanwhile,
TP back to lane.
yeah, in the mid lane though, Hexify keeping good pressure down despite having a huge range disadvantage.
Yeah, I mean that's the power of Cassante. You're automatically tanky at the very beginning of the game.
Power of 212 years.
212. Only 12 more years got added?
Well, yeah. Figure the dev team's about 12 people, and it's been about... Well, I guess it would be 225, yeah. Fair enough. Developer math is hard.
A lot of advantage going to the bot lane. Cloudberry actually has a slight CS advantage. Oh, and Scoobs is doing a lot of poking with this Senna pick, and they're already at 15 miss.
Yeah, doing a good job of getting that stacking up early. Going to become a problem very quickly. Meanwhile, though, Hexify just absolutely laying down the law in this mid lane.
Yeah, in top lane, slight trade back and forth. I don't see a lot of kill pressure going down right now. But Loveless is still in the top side area, but look at bot side.
Yeah, we do see the Lilia in the wings here, sniffing around for a bowling ball, but won't find the angle, won't actually do anything, so...
Yeah, the wave was pushing against them, so it's too hard to make an engager there without just being totally obvious.
Yeah, it's for the better anyway. Argo wants to just hard farm to that level 6 point, doesn't want to overextend their resources before they reach the point of real utility. Now Hexify going in hard onto Jacobri. Doesn't quite have the mana for this, so this could be a little bit dangerous. Jacobri One more auto will do it, flashing in, but doesn't get it. Now
Oh,
Argo's
Jacoby will
behind,
die
and
right here.
Jacoby is in trouble, forced to use that wall to get away, but it does not matter. Flash, watch out, Eep will
Oh,
secure it.
Zik?
Argo gets it, and now Zik in trouble, does have level 6. Dom does not have the World Ender, so will get out with just a sliver, but boy, was that close.
Oh! Crazy
Crazy.
Dog bring the root to their own ADC, like a great ADC. But Jacoby almost getting the kill on the Hexfire, but instead expends the flash, could not pursue over the wall, and then gives up first blood to the Lilia.
Really
That's very important.
unfortunate there, yeah. Feels real bad if you're Jacoby, because you know you had Hexfire on the ropes.
Yep. Oh, big
Double
knock
knockup
up
now on to Critical Nugs. Flash Ignite goes down. Does Critical have enough shields? Yes, the
Oh,
double battle dance, but Scoobs gets one more auto and will be A-okay. Now on the top side, Dom forced to pop that World Ender defensively as the Call of the Forge God comes out. Can he turn this around? Does have plenty of healing, but the knockup from the Searing Charge will be plenty. Now Zyke trapped between the turret and the Dom. Running out of spells, has no flash, has no ram, will just walk away. That's a lot expended for nothing there on the top side.
yep. And Zik really wanted to get that kill to Dom, but just didn't have enough damage to finish off the kill. Now that's a flashless Ornn, and Dom and Zik are pretty much even health right now.
Yeah, so this is a very dangerous
Oh,
situation for the Ornn. Going in, Red does take the Drake on the bot side as Argo in deep. Loveless flashing away from the Ash, but it will not be enough as Hexify takes that. Cassante now all out. Cloudbreed will be the target, will go down. However, they did get Argo in return as Scoob's being chased down by Critical Nugs. The slows from that Frost Shot doing so much work. Jacoby trying to get away, trying to do anything to get out of the range of this Cassante, but he is still all out, and you are all gone. Red buff securing that kill, and that is a 4-for-1 there in exchange for the Drake.
that was an absolute awful fight to take if you're Bloom Gaming, because your Sentinel was sitting on 1,800 gold, Cloudbreed was sitting on 2,000 gold. You're missing out almost 4,000 gold in items, while the entire Joe's team had a lot less, and they were able to cash in on that fight and giving Cassandra Hexfight now 3 kills in that mid lane.
Yeah, incredibly close to picking up that what looks to be a Jack shows, actually, instead of the Frozen Fist. How do you feel about that?
That's gonna be interesting. They're gonna get a lot of value out of the Jack shows, but I still like the Iceborne Gauntlet better because you're able to stick on top of a champion a lot easier. But in top lane, Dom might
Yeah,
be in
Dom
trouble.
forced to flash away. The dash will get Loveless close, but World Ender is up. Dom's going in and is winning this fight really hard. Loveless only now hitting level 6, has that Crescent Guard, but Zyke forced to run for the hills, and Aatrox may not have gotten any kills, but he is already a force to be reckoned with, even through the Bramble Vest of this Ornn.
I think there's I don't see the value, honestly, for Loveless to go for the plays onto Dom topside when you want to make sure your bot side, your mid side is going better. But this is a massive wave crashing the tower, and we gonna see Argo right here around this top lane river. And in the bot side, any advantages that Bloom Gaming had in the bot side, it's a large part of it is mitigated because of that fight at Dragon.
Yeah, I mean, Cloudberry is still ahead, 1-1
Yeah.
and 1 compared to the 1-1-2 of Critical Nugs. The CS gap up to 23 now. Will close a little bit with this wave, but still going to be significantly in Cloudberry's favor. The problem is that, yeah, it's a TK, but it's only a TK. He'll be tanky, he'll be hard to deal with, and Devour is incredibly impactful,
Yep.
but Enchanted Crystalero still offers just as much utility from a behind Ash.
Yep. And Scoob's sitting at 49 miss right now, so they're actually scaling up quite low right now. They're getting a lot of pressure, a lot of plates in the bot side. I was surprised to actually see Bloom Gaming contest. Oh,
Oh, Jacoby in trouble, forced to use the ultimate defensively there. There is a Jin Zhao in the area, but I think Loveless is screaming, why are you sacrificing me here to Hexify?
Whoa!
Could have been very dangerous as Zyke just barely dodges the chains that would have sealed his doom in the top side. Fights left, right, and center here, bully.
Yeah, a little bit of interesting plays by Zig. He's we've seen him play a little bit greedy, and he's actually going to
Forward
go for
shot
the
is
1v1
called.
right here. Oh no.
Misses the second half of the Ornhorn and may just die for it. Uses the Bellows Breath just in time, but Dom, looking under the turret, is going to dive in. Forced to back away from the turret shots, and Zyke just hanging on by the skin of his teeth.
Oh no.
Really,
I
really
don't know what I'm
playing
watching,
on the
but
edge here up at the top lane, man.
definitely playing with fire. The TP is not available, so they will lose minions to the crash on the tower.
Leap
But
used only onto one. Crazy Dog is dead in the bot side.
yeah, and
What?
this dragon's coming up in 42 seconds, so they're gonna be able to get a little bit of pressure. Hopefully, they're sitting at about 2,800 gold in the bot lane. Hopefully, they use that gold before this next team fight.
Yeah, and that's just a baffling call from the average Joes. Like, you had already gotten the Devour out of Cloudberry. You knew that that wasn't available. So take the win, back off, and prepare for this Drake. You don't need to force it that hard. So I'm a little bit baffled by that call, by the overaggression, and they're lucky that all they lost was Crazy Dog there, and they didn't lose more.
Yeah, and on the next back, Scoops.
Oh,
Oh,
Scoop's in a bit of trouble now. Forced to use that E
Scoops.
defensively. Ghost by critical nugs, but can't find the auto attack, so trades for the flash.
Yeah, Scoops actually still overstaying in the spot lane. Was getting punished right there. Forced to flash, and is gonna have a bad back timer right now as the Rift Herald is popped in the bot side just to get a little bit more pressure, just to get priority over this dragon.
Yeah, and with the Cassante roaming down as well, Azir cut off from this Drake, so they have the numbers advantage. They will very easily take it here, and this will even up at 1-1 as Zyke getting absolutely demolished. That Bramble Vest might as well not exist.
Yep, and I'm seeing a little bit of the same mistakes that Bloom Gaming. Oh,
Ooh, look at that arrow. Doesn't quite land. Abyssal Dive
oh,
onto
so
two in
much
the bot
damage.
side in exchange, and as you said, the damage just incredible up there. Taking critical nugs and Crazy Dog down to about half, 2/3 health in just the blink of an eye.
Yeah, next back, you're gonna see Scoops hitting a full item, and I want to see them actually look to get the reset off sooner or later. But Scoops is in a dangerous spot,
Charm comes
and they're
down,
gonna get.
looking for the eat. Cloudberry, can he avoid the charm? It looks like the answer is going to be no, but Scoops has such a massive shield. Will it be enough to keep them alive? Survey says no, as Argo takes that out. The dive
Oh,
will keep the Tom Kench alive, but Dom in the top side looking to find a kill of his own. Loveless has joined the fight. However, there is a World Ender active, and that'll be by more than enough time for Dom to flash out of there and be A-okay. Once again, getting over that wall. He's practiced that once or twice.
yeah, and it feels like every time Scoops is taking a bag is when they die, right? So they're not using a lot of the goals they
Ultimate
have.
from
Oh no.
Cassante here in the mid as well.
Oh,
Fights never end here, bully.
yeah. A lot of that fighting is in top lane too. We just keep going back to top lane with Zig basically being 200 HP every time.
Loveless? Loveless, what are you thinking? Loveless, you don't win this. You just get your top laner killed. Actually, might have found it, does find it here.
Oh,
Able
what
to
a
get
play!
it in the mid lane. Hexify shoved into the turret with the Shuriman shuffle. Great job by Jacobri, unfortunately not able to see it on stream.
Yep, because we had to watch Dom take 20 years to die, but in the mid lane, Jacoby did the Streamer Shuffle, brought Hexfight into the tower, was able to get assistance from the tower to take that kill, get the shutdown, and that shutdown was 300 bonus gold, and that's going over to an Azir, who's just going to get basically supercharged and getting to this late game.
That late game point is exactly where Bloom wants to be. They want to get those infinite stacks. They want to get this Azir to the true Emperor status, and Average needs to stem the bleeding a little bit. Couple of mistakes there, couple of overextensions that with their drafts they can't afford to make.
Yep, and 70 missed stacks for Scoop so far, so hitting another critical point in about 10 more stacks. Top side, we're seeing more fighting.
Of course.
These
Never
Slaters
ends.
are gonna have like 10 billion damage at the end of the game because they're just keep wailing at each other.
Yeah, Dom's starting to lose these fights because he missed every single spell, but will pop that World Ender. Still looking for Zyke here with Argo on the backside to try and join the fight. However, the bowling ball misses, so no chance at getting a sleep proc out. Zyke will just be pushed under the turret, and this will buy the space needed for Argo to get that second Rift Herald without any contest.
Yep. Basically, all Argo was really doing. Oh,
All of the Forge God gonna have to stop you. However,
oh,
Zyke's in trouble this time, is going to get hit. Just completely missed the Ornhorn. This is the second or third time he's done that.
yeah, and that one was a little bit of assistance from the chains, but I don't think there's a lot of value in keep on taking trades with Dom.
Oh,
Oh,
Nugs is in trouble.
he's taking a lot of damage.
Forced to Ghost, the Dawning Shadow just barely misses, and that'll keep him alive. But Crazy
Oh my
Dog now all alone defending this turret. I mean, this is miserable for this bot lane. You gotta find the lane swap sooner rather than later.
Yeah, but going back to the point, is they just taking these trades against Dom, putting themselves basically super low, and not able to stay in the lane, just collect this XP to get to the point where you're able. Oh,
EP in onto the bot side. Charm lands onto both of them. Scoobs trying to get out. Will be nommed up and get out A-okay. That's a TP from Dom. That's expensive.
that is going to be expensive. It's going to give Zig some time to actually, push out this top lane tower to, or push out the wave to the hit top lane tower and get some damage onto it. Imagine they have demolished, so they're going to get quite a bit of damage done.
Yeah, no plates left to claim here, unfortunately, but will be at least something to tide them over as Dom walking through mid lane takes some poke from Jacobri. I'm surprised. Don't know why Dom walked all the way as opposed to recalling back and just walking back through lane. Seems like a bit of an unfortunate use of time
You
as we
know,
do see Drake started up.
I thought what they were gonna do is send Hexify up top because he was on the rotation top and just put Dom mid to push out that wave, but they didn't, and that's a lot of time wasted.
Yeah, 2 left drowsy by this Drake. However, it does cancel out the ultimate of the Lilia. Now Loveless in deep, using that Crescent Guard to stay alive here. Call the Forge God only lands onto 1. Drake down to 2,000. Will be stolen away by blue team. However, it is at the cost of 2. Both Argo and Critical going down to the Azir. That's not great as the Azir now TPs up to try and match Dom. Jacobri suddenly real relevant in this game after being shut down early by Hexify.
Yeah, that fight could have been a lot worse for Average Joe's if Jacobri hit the Shurima Shuffle, which they kind of whipped. Was a disconnect in that team fight as we saw a lot of ultimates kind of hindered the others. But still a win for Bloom Gaming, but they did lose the Dragon overall and the bot lane tower.
Yeah, the use of the Rift Herald there does force the choice from Bloom. You either respond to it or you just suffer. Ash Arrow coming out looking for that Azir on the top side, but a little bit too slow, won't quite connect.
Zik will take that tower in the bot side, kind of match that tower difference. But the big thing, a lot of local gold from that Rift Hill taking the tower, who did go over to Argo by himself, and Argo is still strong, but oh, Dom.
Whiffs all the spells here.
Dom
Loveless
is
might be
dead.
able to chase them down. Yeah, Dom is
Yeah.
very dead here. Can Argo clean up anything? Probably not because Scoobs is in the area. Another misstep from Dom, just overextending on this Aatrox again and again, and Loveless taking massive advantage of it.
Yep, in the mid lane, Jacobri and Calibri will push in this tower. The map advantage is going to go over the Bloom right now. Right now, the Zir and the Setter are both extremely strong. And once Zir completes that Nashor's Tooth, they're going to start ripping into Hexify and Dom.
Yeah, Argo is not tanky yet. This is very dangerous. His Scoops is just tearing through them absolutely
Argo? Wait,
roughly. Argo.
wait. I wonder if they
That's
disconnected. Oh, they
yep.
did just disconnect, and they reconnected immediately.
That
That is unfortunate.
really unfortunate. Feels bad for Argo there because you know if they didn't have connection issues, they would never have made that mistake.
Mm-hmm. And Yeah, they already took so much damage, and that's a rough spot right there. But that does give a kill over the Scoops. Whether or not Scoops would know it, it's gonna be unfortunate because you can't really back up on that play because you have so much pressure on that tower. And now Lotus is on bot side taking blue, and the next dragon's gonna be up in about 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Yeah, Scoops has become a real problem for average Joes. They don't really have a way to deal with this Senna, short of catching her out. Problem is, she's got a great bodyguard in Cloudberry, so it becomes very difficult to actually find that. As Dom, once again,
Oh,
Loveless trying to find something here, and actually Will forces the flash out from Dom on the other side of the map. Hexify not quite able to stand up to the combined pressure of this bot lane duo of Bloom. Will lose that top turret. Argo is in the area looking to find their way onto Scoobs. Bowling Ball, though, completely whiffs. Hexify flashing forward cannot land the Antofo strikes. So it will just be Bloom able to walk away from this. No, going back in onto Scoobs. They find him once again with the Antofo, but this time the Devour is in the area, and Cloudberry will manage to keep their ADC alive. Just
oh,
missed
Cloudberry
opportunities
wants
again and
blood, and
again, but they won't end this fight. Bloom continuing to go in again and again. Fearless is this TK, but refusing to die.
yeah, they're already super tanky with the Jack shows and the Merc Dread, so they know that they have a lot of power in their arsenal. Plus with the extra shields and heals that Scoops provides, uh, nothing really happened besides just a bunch of trading and blows. But in the bot side, it's still a match between both Dom and Zik. Zik is level 14, so definitely got the upgrade on the Jack Shios, the Unspoken Parasite, and we'll see the other upgrades coming shortly.
Yeah, will be about time for that first ornament to come out. Who do you think it will be gifted to here? I assume the Azir,
It's
based
gonna be
on
the
map
Zero.
positioning. Yep.
Yeah, I assume it's gonna be Zero. It is Azir. It's really good because Azir did hit the 2 item power spike, and the
Oh,
critical nugs might
Nugs.
just be dead.
Yeah, that's
Crit
all 5 members. An ultimate used as well, just to add insult to injury, and that will be this mid-tier 1 going down as well.
Yep, Dragon is up in about 14 seconds, so with critical nugs dead, that's gonna be the second Dragon probably secured. Bloom Gaming, there's no reason to contest this if you're average Joes, because that's would just be throwing the game, because there's most likely you just get wiped and then Baron's on the table.
Yeah, they are getting some good pressure on the top side, courtesy of Hexify, able to get 1 turret at least here. See Argo floating around this Drake. Are they looking for something? Looks like no, they will back off.
Yep, they're just gonna take their own camps to CS, try to get a little bit stronger. Argo does have 2 completed items, so they're not weak by any means, but it feels like the Lilia pick is not working out too well. They're not able to get a lot of lilting flip eyes to actually start off a team fight and catching out like a Zero or Scoops.
Speaking of catching out, Azir though,
Oh,
stunned up, locked down, trying to shuffle their way out of this, and will manage to do so. Dawning Shadow buys just enough time. Boy, Average spent everything they could to lock down the Sand Emperor, but it was not enough.
yep, they used the quickness, they used the crystal arrow and the exhaust, but they just didn't have enough damage on the plate to take down Jacoby before the flash was used.
And now you start to wonder, right? Argo will scale up. You know, the Lilia feels better after 2-3 items, so it's not great, but it's not the end of the world. Critical Nugs will feel a whole lot better once they have the Triforce under their belt. But right now, there is a severe lack of damage in this average Joe's roster. How do they hold out to hitting those actual major breakpoints without
It's
falling too
difficult.
far behind?
Even if they like end up getting enough damage or end up catching somebody, you have so many outs if you're Bloom Gaming, especially if you have a Tom Kench right next to you. You have to Devour just to save you, and that is a struggle of if someone gets hit by the Crystal Arrow. You just have a Tom Kench right next to you. That person is just going to be safe, and that's a major ultimate used. I know the Crystal Arrow has a pretty short cooldown, but just not able to make that pick play whenever you want is unfortunate.
Very much so. Control over the Baron, the next objective here, and Bloom has the advantage for now. They've got wards at least a little ways into that blue buff side of Average's jungle. Only now are the blue team clearing that out.
Yep, and then the Scoops' Eclipse did get upgraded to the Citrusy.
Abyssal Dive lands on a
Oh,
2. Ultimate from the Ornn will land as well. Crazy Dog is
so much
already dead,
damage.
and critical soon to follow. The Abyssal Dive is actually what takes it. Good grief, Cloudberry. Now just trying to walk out of here fine, but doesn't have any health
There's
lost,
just
it
no
feels like.
damage on Average
They're
Joe's
just
team.
slowly cutting through Hexify, and Dom and Argo are powerless to resist this. And this is
Yeah.
a 4v5, remember, because look at the bot lane. Jacobri just slowly pushing this in.
Oh, the Abyssal Dive. It's gonna
Once
knock him.
again, Cloudberry fearless on this TK, going in, forcing their way through. Scoobs flashing forward even to secure that last kill as Argo falls to Cloudberry.
You know
I-
Scoops is pissed right there. Scoops is like, that was my kill.
Well, Bully, my worst fears have come true. We are
Hey, I told you,
well
man.
en route
I told
to
you.
a game 5.
This is probably gonna be the 4th stream in a row that we go to game 5. So, Baron on the table, 7k gold lead for Bloom Gaming. They are starting to look like the team that we all came to know in the, I would say love, but you know, watched for the last couple of months. And
The team
yeah,
that disappointed us when they couldn't knock off Dorado.
exactly. But a big thing is that there's no like soul threat for Average Joe's to try to get back into the game. Next Dragon is in a minute and 17, so you'd be at pretty much like 7 minutes off soul. And Zig is now level 16. Most of the upgrades are completed. The funny thing is, Zig decided to upgrade Cloudberry before Loveless because of how big of a threat this Tahm Kench is.
I mean, I absolutely agree with that too. At this point, the Xin Zhao is less of a combat champ and more of a disruptor. So you don't mind if he doesn't have the stats compared to Cloudberry, your main front tank outside of Zig.
Don't you love it when like an item like Spear of Sojin just has more health than an actual like tank item?
Yeah, it's healthy, right? It knows how to design items.
Zik, I think is gonna take a lot of damage from Argo right now, but if you're Argo, you can't really keep chasing that because you don't know what you're gonna run into.
Yeah, the damage from those Qs does stack up, but Crazy Dog is dead. You're not
Yep.
allowed to do this. We'll use the quickness, but it doesn't matter. One more shot, Scoobs takes that. 7, 2, and 5, 3 fully completed items, up to approximately 3,000 stacks, it feels like.
Yeah, so
Can
much
attack you from
damage
the
just
moon.
being done.
And I just genuinely do not see a way, short of Bloom making critical mistakes, for them to lose this game at this point.
Even then, it's like, even if one major, like, let's say if Scoobs makes some mistakes that they get caught out, you still have to deal with so many more members. You have to deal with Jacoby, you have to deal with Cloudberry, and I think the game's pretty
Just
much
over.
enhanced.
Dom
Yeah.
gets onto the back line but can't do anything.
Oh.
Beautiful Shurima shuffle onto 2. Hexify trying to do something with the all-out. Will manage to pick up the Azir, but it doesn't matter. That's not the threat. Argo is dead. Hexify on the backside will be able to pick up Scoobs. That's something at least. Problem is everybody else is dead. Crazy Dog's all that's left, but there are 3 members alive of Bloom still. Cloudberry, Loveless, and Zyke, and they should be able to end this game and take us to the 5th lobby. Bully,
And,
we're
this
going the
is
distance.
a dominating performance by this Bloom Game team. I love their draft. I think it created a lot of opportunities for them, and they were able to execute on it. And a large part of that is just the fact that they were able to get a lot more priority than other games in their lanes, and they were able to play these team fights and objectives much more clean than previously.
Yeah, absolutely. This was, you know, one of the big concerns we had about this Bloom squad in games 1 and 2 was the fact that they didn't have the macro on point. They were macroing very poorly. Games 3 and 4, their macro has come back. They've remembered moving around the map, and with that improvement has come an immense improvement in outcome. They have looked like the team we saw all throughout the regular season. So
Yeah, and
go ahead.
that's so much damage on this Senna. Senna doing 32,000 damage. That's more than 1k damage per minute. Ah,
Yeah, it's insane. They let Scoob scale.
yep.
I mean, look at that. Senna did as much damage as any two members of Blue Squad combined.
Oh no, because if you combine Dom and Argo, they combine for 41,000.
Okay, not any two except for those two.
Okay, yeah. A lot of the
Either way,
damage
it was
though between
bad.
Dom and Orin were just like because they were just hitting each other constantly the entire game. So
Yeah,
um,
exactly.
definitely a good game from Bloom Gaming.
And 2 games ago we were talking about Bloom needing to reset their mental.
Mhm.
Now the question becomes, how do the average Joes reset their mental? They were up 2-0. They were within striking distance of taking down the 5 seed without dropping a game. And now they're about to be reverse swept. What do you
Okay.
say in this pregame lobby to bring them back?
I mean, you beat them twice. You could do it one more time, and it honestly comes down to just doing what you did the first 2 games. You just out macroed, out rotated Bloom Gaming. You created that power of just like making sure that uh, Bloom Gaming couldn't play. I wouldn't be surprised if Average Joe's decided to pick the Garrett in the first round in this next game just to make sure that they're able to secure it.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Well, in order to see what they draft in game 5, we have to get to draft for game number 5. Bully, I think it's time we step away for a couple of minutes and let these guys get into the lobby. But we'll be right back, folks. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We didn't think this was going to happen after games 1 and 2. The average Joes looked spectacular, but now on game 5, Bloom has taken us back with two incredible games, including a masterclass in the last one where average Joes looked completely impotent to do anything across the map. Now, with their backs suddenly pressed against the wall, the average Joes need to find a way to come back and keep this from being a reverse sweep. But they have to be incredibly exhausted. This has been a grueling 5-game series, but Bloom has all the momentum behind them, sustaining their energy. Getting through bans, we don't see anything particularly surprising here. The Nocturne being taken away from the average Joes, it was so incredibly powerful in Game 2. The Orin being taken away as well. Don't want to give that over to Dom, who has had so much success upon that. Orianna and Syndra, the standard bans for the average Joes. They're taking away the TK as well. A little bit scared of having that in the hands of Cloudberry again after their performance in game number 4. A little bit surprised we're seeing the Orianna ban sticking around so much. I can see the Syndra ban. It's been a favorite of Jacoby for a long time, but I don't think the general power of Orianna is necessarily enough for it to still be meriting a ban here as Bloom goes for the B1 rel. Nice flex pick, very powerful. Those magnet storms in game 3 were beautiful out of Loveless. So the chance to see that happen again is great for this Bloom squad. Very reassuring as Poppy looks to be potentially the lock-in for the average Joes. Could go top, could go jungle. Nice flex as well. But getting something locked in for Dom here early would be great for this squad because they have won and lost to a degree on that matchup between them and Zik in the top lane. Taking away the Xayah as well. Don't want Scoobs and Cloudberry to get that Xayah Rakan combo. Makes a whole lot of sense, although it does mean the Lovers duo almost certainly going to be broken up here in the bottom lane.
Yeah, I imagine so. It's funny because Average Joe's decided to ban that Xayah last game because they didn't want to B1 it, but they opted to B1 the Rakan, which the Rakan really didn't do much in that last game.
Yeah, it felt very
Oh.
impotent as we see Senna Seraphine for this bot lane of Bloom. I I mean, all right, it's a well-established lane, but is that really something you should be blinding like this? That feels very vulnerable to be encountered here.
Yeah, the Malphite getting slammed right here, making sure that they are able to get that pick, and that's when it's kind of dangerous when you're having a Seraphine when that Malphite's on the table. They're just gonna get blown up at this point if they get caught out. But Silas getting banned out to make sure that the they can't get hijacked with that on top. What is going? Sure. Yeah, but that Malphite R is so valuable in any team fight.
Yeah, this does put Argo on the Poppy. How do you feel about that? That's a bit of a change from the kind of tempo of champion we've been seeing from them so far.
Um, I actually really like Poppy in jungle. It can create a lot of major plays, especially because in those plays you might face against that rel, and you're able to kind of counter the rel engage with your W, and it brings a lot of value to it. The Rakan getting banned out right here, so they're just gonna make sure that the Xayah's pair does not get picked, and they're banning out the Xerath because it's almost like a similar concept of that Xerath can pretty much free hit in against the Bloom Gaming Lotus comp as it stands.
And Nico will be picked up instead. We saw how well that can work in the hands of an expert as Jacoby popped off on that in game number 3 alongside the rel. Also works as a bit of a deterrent here. A bit of a counter pick, a pick away, because it means that it can't be going to Jacoby to pair with this rel. I mean, it works very well in the comp that's being built by the
Sway.
average Joes. It's so much CC
Wait,
in a single
is,
spot, but
is that a Seraphine mid?
It's either a Seraphine mid or it could be a Swain mid.
It could be a Swain mid, but both work with the Senna. The big thing is with the Swain bot lane, the kill pressure is a little bit more, apparent with that Swain Senna combo. So I'm wondering what the outcome is going to be. Bloom Lotus just loves to do these flex picks, don't they? Oh,
Yeah, they really
the
do.
Garen.
As they pick up the Garen to round this out, and I don't like that in particular. I think the Garen pick is a bit of a mistake here. It doesn't work well into the Malphite. It won't have a lot of the effects that the Garen of Dom had, and especially into the team comp that the Joes have created here. You're not going to necessarily get that Demacian Justice off as often, especially
Oh,
now
and the
with a Tarek coming down. I mean, good grief, this is such a beefy squad from the average Joes that it's going to be nigh impossible for anyone to tear through with the same rapidity that they did in Game 4.
yeah, I like the idea of saving that counter, the support counter for last pick on this one. Obviously you used your top lane pick already, and the Nico blind pick is solid. But the support counter in this game is just holds so much value to it because for the most part, what the entire comp of Blue Gaming Lotus is, and a lot of it is just straight up engage and just try to sustain. Um, but the ability to use that Tarek ultimate to negate some of that kind of aggressiveness from Bloom Gaming will come in handy. I think what Dick is going to be trying to do with this Garrett pick is basically make sure that Malphite's going to try to, match him consistently and not leaving that like ultimate on the table for, roam down for free.
Yeah, absolutely. Keeping Dom occupied is the name of the game, but we've seen that that's easier said than done. Dom has done a great job of dueling their way through Zik time and again. So
I will say
only
Ziggs has been making quite a bit of mistakes on the 1v1.
true, very
Trying
true.
to act stylish, trying to be like, oh, the outplay potential, but I feel like they got burned every time. Uh, Obviously, I think the confidence and just the momentum is on Bloom Gaming's side right now, but the average Joe's comp in general is pretty well rounded. I think it does fare pretty well into Bloom Gaming's comp, and it's just gonna come down to execution at this point.
Yeah, I mean, Bloom has a very well defined lose condition, and it's Senna Seraphine. If those two are blown up, either by the Malphite or by the Nico, then Targolt comes down and you just chip away at Garen Swainrel. They will not have enough damage to get through you. But
Yeah.
if Seraphine Senna survive the initial onslaught from the average Joes, they will be able to return fire hyper effectively. And it will come down to whether Cosmic Radiance is enough to regroup for the Joes.
The value of Grievous Wounds this game is absurd for average
Oh,
shows. So
absolutely.
they don't pick it up, uh, you know, decently fast. I'm not saying just take your first back and build some Grievous Wounds, but if they
For
don't pick
Malphite,
it
you
up
do.
like for Malphite, yeah, you just build just actually it gives you damage too. So
Yeah.
you just pick up the Bramble and you get damage, you get Grievous Wounds, but just in general, it's going to have to come down to multiple other members. Nico is probably going to pick up that Morelos at some point in this game. Um, and that should be mostly enough because you're going to have the Malphite Nico both having Grievous Wounds, so ideally that would be enough for the game.
Yeah, you'd have to think that they have enough damage or enough
Mhm.
counter heal there. There's no Aatrox in here. There's no World Ender, so it's not like you can nullify the Grievous Wounds with anything like that. But at the end of the day, it all comes down to this bully, and we have a Garen and Malphite top. It's incredible, all these insane 200 years champs, and we've got two of the first 40.
Very simple kits, very hard to misplay unless you just whiff things and just fail flash. It will come down to these two teams how this early game goes. First and foremost, we saw Bloom Gaming kind of start off hot in the last game, and they kind of just ran with it. Average Joes have played well. In game one, I think it was just kind of a back and forth to the point where Bloom Gaming kind of shot themselves in the foot, but they played extremely well game two, and we might be able to see that same kind of concept, especially with this comp that they pulled off, which is pretty much very simple to pull off. It's it's very straightforward. Not a lot of thought into it.
Yeah, no thought, head empty, everyone a bit too tired to play the high
And
mechanics
empty,
champs at
go
this point.
engage. That's what it is.
Yeah, do the thing, play video. Um, but all jokes aside, been an absolute banger of a series. Bloom has done their best to make this as interesting as possible, and regardless of how Game 5 goes, we've definitely had a fun time here. But I think it's time for us to step aside and get ready to load onto the Rift for the last time here. And on to the Rift we go for one final match to decide which of these teams advances into the quarterfinals. Bloom Gaming with a massive comeback here to try and bring this back from the brink. The average Joes managing to take the first two, but been a little bit weak since then. Argo getting locked down here. They're looking for a level 1 pick, and they will find it. First blood goes to Zik.
And that is just disrespect. Wait a minute. That was a free miss, Scoobs. What are you doing?
Nah. Don't need mist. Get kills.
Don't need missed. I run bot. Yeah, I don't think he realized that there was a miss that dropped right there for that kill. But getting that first blood on the Garen is actually pretty big, especially because Zik is running that ignite. He's trying to do the exact same thing that happened to him in that first game or second game.
Does get a Ruby Crystal here, which means that Dom won't be able to poke him out as easy with those seismic shards. Will be a whole lot easier to absorb the damage, but not quite as impactful as if you'd taken, say, a longsword here, perhaps.
And it's gonna be interesting as if you're a Malphite, you're now playing against up. The big part of Malphite is you're able to poke down your opponent pretty easily early on. But now with that extra health, it's harder to poke down Zeke. Not only that, the passive just makes Garen just regen a lot easier.
Yeah, and it does look like Dom has taken probably green-red because we don't see the mana flow coming out. So that mana pool will be exhausted very quickly with those seismic shards, and he doesn't have corrupting pot, so he won't be able to regen that very easily. It'll be very difficult for Dom to even think about poking Zyke out here.
Dom has mana flow, so
He
he
does
does
have mana
have
flow?
it. Yep.
Oh, okay.
He has a mana flow transcendence. So they do have it, but look how much mana he has already. It's basically nothing, so that's super unfortunate for him.
Yeah, I mean, this is just misery. Meanwhile, on the bot side, Critical and Crazy getting poked out to pieces. I mean, we kind of expected this with the Taric, that it wouldn't be a fun lane, but
Yeah.
still, Goobs and Cloudberry just exerting their will down here.
Yep, they definitely chose this Tark pick for post lane. But the problem is now the advantage top lane is just one-sided. The mid lane is, Jacoby is getting a lot of these pulls, a lot of these good trades into Hexify, and the CS is pretty even. But bot lane is going to be heavily one-sided. So if you're Argo, you need to try to relieve some of the pressure from these lanes, or it's going to get out of control.
Yeah, it does move down there, but good ward in the opening of the Tribrush means that there's not really a way to get down there and get in behind the Seraphine Senna. They're doing a great job of protecting their flank. Dom not having a great time in this top side, down under 300 health with no mana. Really can't afford to stay, but doesn't have the gold to be able to afford to leave either.
Yep, and we see Loveless up top right now. Dom does have flash. Jacoby taking a lot of damage mid lane.
Yeah, Loveless is going to initiate this dive. The Ignite is triggered. TP in from Hexify. This is very bold, but will get
Oh god!
canceled by the
Cancelled.
Swain. Zyke does go down. It's 1-for-1 here in the top lane, but that's still very expensive for the average Joes. Losing that TP means that Hexify is in a really rough spot down here.
Yep, and Crazy Dog getting rooted up right now. And that gank bot lane actually resulted in nothing, as no summoners were burned for Scoops or Cloudberry. On the flip side, it took a lot of Argo's time to try to get some pressure relief from the spot side. Now Garen has that Berserks. Dom was able to collect some of the wave as they had TP and they're able to TP back to the lane. But it's just going to get a little bit more rough as they were only able to afford a chain vest on that back.
It's worth noting, Chain Vest is the same cost as a Bramble, but
Yep.
because of how far down they are, because of how much Zyke is punishing them,
Yep.
they need the extra armor. They need to sacrifice the value that the Bramble Vest can give.
Yeah.
It's a rough calculus for Dom because you want to be able to get that early and start punishing with that Bramble, but you don't have a choice. You're losing this hard. You need to take what you can get.
Yeah, at this point, it's basically like you have to play pretty much the wave clear and try to stop any kind of heavy damage to your own turrets.
As
Oh,
Scoob does get stunned up here in the bot side, however, there aren't enough feathers for a root. So that's actually a negative trade for the average Joes, as Crazy Dogs takes a ton of punishment on the way out.
so remember when I said that it's not like, not to build the Grusuins first time back? That's exactly what Critical Nux decided to do. So they did pick up the Executioner's Calling as their first item. It's going to delay a lot of their items, and I don't think they're going to be able to punish enough to warrant it.
Yeah, Zyke in a little bit of trouble here. The Unstoppable Force does come out, and Dom able to pick up that kill. Good gank by Argo, trying to stabilize this top lane a little bit and let this Malphite become a major threat.
Yep, just getting a little bit more gold in the pocket of a Dom, and once Dom gets more armor and just more health, it's gonna be a lot easier. So it was a quick gank from Argo, and it resulted in the kill. So not a lot of time like actually used to kill Zik, as Zik has been playing pretty aggressive, so it's easy to kind of bait out that over aggression.
Yeah, great job there. And now the question becomes, Does Loveless look to try and get Zyke back on top, or do they start putting pressure elsewhere? As the Demonic Ascension popped here in mid
Whoa!
lane, Hexify forced to flash away. Zyke was there as well, but couldn't quite get in to land that Demacian Justice.
Yeah, they were just you know, around that dragon area, but they weren't able to get that kill. The flash was used for Hexify, so they were pretty much safe. Um, on the top side, though, it looks like Dom is gonna get that Bomby Cinder just to help a little bit with the wave clear. At this point, they're pretty much a little bit they're in a better spot to just force that Sunfire, but um, they're still not out of the clear.
Yeah, it's still a bit of a rough spot, and the pressure elsewhere on the map is still, unfortunately, against the average Joes. For Dom, you can't just sit there and absorb waves. You need to be a bit of a power point. As you can see, first Drake going down to Loveless and company.
Yep. And it looks like the play's gonna be grabbed by Zik in the top side, but still a lot of pressure being gained by Cloudberry and Scoops in the spot side. And this Senna pick has been working out quite well. 36 miss stacks so far, and I imagine they're gonna be as strong as they were last game because any kind of ganks or attempts to try to stop it from Argo so far has been nullified.
Yeah, Argo had
Pop
one
off in mid
successful
lane.
gank on the map, does get the Pop Blossom out. Jacobri very low, forced to flash away, but that will be enough. Meanwhile, on the bot side, Tark,
Oh,
not so lucky, is going to go down. Doesn't even have a chance to pop the ultimate because there's still level
doesn't.
5 here.
Yeah. Yep, and that's kind of the risk you take of picking this. You know you can't really go aggressive against this lane, and that's what Crazy Dog tried to go. He's living up to his own name, and gives up a free kill that goes up to Cloudberry, and just like the lane last game, it doesn't really matter. But Stick taking so much damage against
Zik
Dom,
isn't
trying to
allowed
get
to
this
do
cannon.
this. Yeah, you're gonna die here. Unstoppable Force is on the market, but instead they're just gonna hand it over to Argo here. Let the Poppy get something. The assist still goes to Malphite, so that's still a major win for this top side, and Zik is suddenly feeling a whole lot less valuable.
Zik really wanted that cannon. I think they're following Baus's law, and I'm pretty sure they were a big fan of Baus because they were just making sure they got the cannon, get the gold, and they gave up their life for it, though.
Yeah, Jacobri now in a bit of trouble as Argo has found them here in the river. Demonic Ascension is popped. Look at the map though, Malphite moving down. That passive timer is going to tick down, and now Dom might be forced to use that ultimate defensively, getting stunned up, but no. Going in onto Jacobri. Flash forward from Argo to try and get the stun into the wall. Will not connect, but it's still enough. Flash now by Zik, trying to find it, and will do so. The Ignite is enough. No Keeper's Verdict will keep them safe. So
You
that's a
can
one for
never
one in the
outplay the
extended.
Flash Ignite. Impossible. But, that was a close fight. That's going to allow Bloom Gaming to secure this Rift Herald as Argo did use the Keeper's Verdict to try to knock away Zig to kind of negate that kill, but in the end, Zig did get the kill. The Rift Herald will go to Bloom, and they're going to be able to use this to start getting more pressure onto these turrets.
Yeah, question now becomes, where does Loveless drop it? Do they try and feed the beast down in bot side of Scoobs and Cloudberry? Or do they look to try and break the mid turret open? We do have a pause here, so we might have to step aside for a couple of minutes, but Bully, this game is still anybody's.
Yeah, there is a gold lead and a dragon lead for Bloom Gaming, but a lot of that gold lead is in the top side, as Zik does have 3 kills. Uh, but on the flip side, it's getting kind of difficult. Actually, it's been difficult for Crinkle Nugs and Crazy Dogs to kind of deal with the Senna and Senna. Sorry, Senna and Seraphine, and
No, Senna and
Argo
Senna makes sense.
Senna and Senna. But Argo really only attempted to help bot once. I never saw any like kind of plays to try to roaming plays by Hexify to try to like look for a play bot side while there's or just a blow flash. They needed to try to get something done, and nothing has been done to relieve that pressure.
We are back in game, suffering from pause bugs, so we will be back with you shortly here, folks. But
This bug has been in game more than a year. It's been,
It's fine.
I
You
think
know,
it's,
Riot will fix it when they add Hextech and Chemtech Drake icons to the esports timer.
you mean when they add TFT spectating?
Yeah, one of those things.
You know, they said they're gonna add that in set 7. You know what set we're on now? We're going to set 10.
Yeah, that sounds about right. You know, Riot Games and following through. Name a more perfect combination.
And looks like Jacoby is actually gonna opt to go for the Rock Mages on in mid lane. Um, you know, I love going Leandries on Swain because you get so much value out of all the abilities you get um, from the burn, from the CDR and all that. So going around Aegis, you get a little bit tankier, but you don't get a lot of damage back from it.
Yeah, I guess the focus is on Scoobs and Cloudberry to be the main damage carries here, and they're certainly living up to it so far with their destruction of Nugs and Crazy Dog down in the bot side, but will that be enough in later team fights? It's a bit less of a solved equation.
Yep, and the Rift is used bot lane. They're going to be able to pick that entire bot turret from this push. So a lot of gold injected into these bottom 3 champions. Maybe the idea was that they don't want double Leandries, but double Leandries was a problem when Force Nature uh, had their old passive instead of what is now.
Yeah, no longer nearly as problematic, and since you can have multiple
Oh,
Leandries on a team and not have any issues, not a big deal as Argo just launching folks away. The frog.
and the
Frog
Gromp
slowly coming
itself.
back, yep.
It's like, I want this Gromp away. It's not gonna. Yeah, goalie almost 3K actually, and so it's getting quite large.
Yeah, I hear a ghost popped. Scoobs is actually the one to do that, trying to get away from Crazy Dog and Argo on the gank. This Drake is coming up though, so this could be a very difficult fight for Bloom. They don't have the positioning they would like. Unfortunately for average, Dom is pretty far away, TPing in to the back of their team here. And just the threat will be enough to force this to be an uncontested Drake. Now 1 to
Yep.
1 here on the overall.
You know, Keeper's Verdict wasn't available for Argo, so it could have been a play for the to actually go for it, but they're too scared of giving a free ultimate down to Dom, and oh, 2 major ultimates actually have to be burned right there.
Yeah, well, just one,
Or
but the
one major.
flash from
Yeah, 1 major.
Scoobs
Into
as
the
well.
flash, yeah. So a lot of necessary used abilities because Scoob's just walking up a little too far.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Bloom, but good pressure by Dom. Didn't have to use the flash, didn't have to use the ultimate, but the mere presence was enough to scare those necessities out. And that feels very good because it means now you can hover on the edges here and look to do it again.
Yep, and right now, Jacoby is just going to push up bot lane. Zik is going to do a lot more damage topside. Plates are still, well, was still up, so we were only 14 minutes in the game right there. It felt a little bit longer with how this game was going. So Zik is going to get caught out most likely once again, as they're going to get stunned up against the wall.
Yeah, stunned up, locked down, trying to spin their way out of this, but Argo will pick that up. Now 3 and 4 on this Garen, feeling feeling like they've communed with their inner goth with all the black and white they're staring at.
Yeah, it's there's I need to ask him if he actually watches Vows because that's exactly what he does. So 3 and 4 on the Garen does have the Stride Breaker completed. Um, so they're not weak by any means, but a lot of just gold value going over to both Argo and Dom.
Yeah, I mean, does mean that the gold value kill over kill is going to be less as you die again and again without picking up kills, but still, it doesn't feel good in competitive play, being off the map, being unable to exert macro pressure. So I'm sure he's getting an earful from the rest of the squad who are working so hard to keep the pressure on at all times.
Yeah. And obviously, it looks like Argo decided to go for that Radiant Virtue. Oh,
Ultimate coming out of Dom to clear away those minions. Zyke in a bit of trouble here, taking a lot of turret shots. One more Seismic Shard will likely secure the kill here for Dom if he can catch up. Running his way over to
Oh,
Zyke,
the
but
flash!
flashing out will be a-okay. Now those Scoobs in trouble. The Encore won't be enough to save him as the Pop Blossom comes in, catches both of these bot laners, and that's going to be 2 kills taken down. Now Jacoby back into this fight. Crazy Dog has already used the ultimate, will not be able to keep anyone
Oh, wow.
alive any longer, but a beautiful Keeper's Verdict knocks Jacoby out of this fight. It's just Loveless in there now, and the Rel does not have nearly enough damage to do this, so she will back out. By the way, Zyke survived. Somehow Dom is between the turrets now.
Yep. The fact that both Critical Nugs and the Crazy Dog survived that because of the Keeper's Verdict is wild. And I won't say anything, but if that was Leandre's Swain, that's a kill. Just saying. No, I'm just kidding. But that was a very close fight. A little bit too over aggressiveness by Scoops and Cloudberry. They're still in the gold lead, but just in general, the Crazy Dogs ultimate came in pretty clutch there.
And now they're looking for this Rift Trail, but this is dangerous. Dom will have the Unstoppable Onslaught, or Unstoppable Force in just a couple of seconds. So if Bloom doesn't get out in time, they'll be in trouble, but no. Average backs off, they give the space. The Rift Herald is taken, and that will likely be dropped almost immediately here in the mid lane. Yep, coming down right now. So Average
Like
has to look
might-
for a fight here. But Dom and Argo are separated from the rest of the team. They're being locked down. They're being taken out. Argo's already dead, and Dom hasn't even had a chance to press the R button. So that will be a mid-turret take, but now grouped up 3-man Unstoppable Force over the wall. Do they have enough damage? Pop Blossom only lands onto 1. Dom is separated from the rest of the squad. This is a disaster for the Average Joes. They cannot find the damage, and Dom goes down without getting anything in return.
Yeah, that fight looked like Average Joe's wanted to pull the trigger, but at the end, Argo got caught out in the topside jungle, and Dom had to go in late for that fight while the entire team was just getting Stormed by Loveless. So, good fight by Bloom, recognizing that they can get the catch, they can pull the trigger, they get the mid turret. Now they're setting up for the dragon. They're up 3.3k gold lead, but they're still not out of the woods yet, as you know, this comp from Average Joe's can turn around a game very easily.
Yeah, if that combo from Dom had any follow-up, if Hexspy hadn't gotten locked down onto just Loveless, it could have been incredibly bad for Bloom, but instead, they do have control over the Drake now. Dom forced to respond to the top side, so won't be here for this fight. Can they keep Argo out of the pit? Looks like yes so far. Argo staying very far back. However, Root landing onto Jacoby, trying to take down that Swain as much as possible, make that Demonic Ascension feel less valuable. Drake down to 3k, TP coming in from Dom, but it might be too little too late. Can't get into Smite, and Argo misses the Keeper's Verdict, misses the Drake, and suddenly all that effort, all those valuable resources expended for nothing here for the Average Joes. Bloom walks away with the Drake and all of their lives.
Yep, and at the same time, they got mid lane pushed in, so a lot of that value of the minions are just going to crash and die to the river. That was an attempt by Dom to look for that turret, but that was a TP used and for nothing gained.
Really unfortunate there, and the Average Joes, you got to think, are starting to get a little bit concerned. They're running out of time here. They're running out of opportunities. They need to find a way to make their mark. And Dom now looking for Cloudberry. Thinks he might be able to find it, but nope. Forced to back away.
And a big thing is, you haven't really seen a big team fight really pulled out from Average Joe's. Looks like
Well,
Cloudberry will go down here.
Yeah, that was
Did
not
not
a minion,
count the
my friend.
minions. Stepped up a little bit too far.
We love League players because they lose to preschoolers who can count to 4.
Actually, there's so many minions there. Actually, that's a big part of that. Is there's a fat wave that was built up because the minions crashed, and there's 2 waves of minions in that. So Cloudberry probably saw as an all-you-can-eat buffet, but in the end, that buffet kind of bit back, and Cloudberry died from it.
Yeah, all you can eat buffet. Special item, you.
And now Zik is doing a lot of damage, but taking a lot of damage in return. But look who's up in top side.
Yeah, Argo is here. as is Loveless, though. This could be dangerous for both sides. Argo Hex flashing in, doesn't land the slam, though. Dawning Shadow over the top
Oh,
means that the shields on these blue squads are just too big, and Argo is the first to fall. Now Hexify coming in, trying to find Zyke on the backside. Pop Blossom coming out as well will be enough to get the shutdown. However, TP in from Jacobri. They want to turn this, forcing the flash out of Crazy Dog, and that's going to be the end of that. But with Baron on the table here, this could be a huge swing in favor of Bloom, even after the 1-for-1.
they're starting it, but you know, Crazy Dog still has the Cosmic Radiance, and then Critical Nugs is still pretty strong. They have the full Kraken Slayer, so this is a big risk you're taking if you're Bloom Gaming. I imagine they're just looking for the fight.
Encore lands onto 2. Crazy Dog in trouble is going to go down before the Cosmic Radiance lands. Only lands onto Hexify as well, who has been abandoned by the rest of the squad. Demonic Ascension will be enough to track them down. Jacobri gets that kill. That's 2 more in their pocket, and right back to the Baron we go.
And now Argo has a chance to redeem themselves from Game 3, where they got 2 Barons stolen.
Yeah,
We'll see
they're
what
certainly trying. That blast plant still alive. Loveless not doing their homework either, but Dom getting poked out on the side. Zyke is here. Zyke says
Outplayed.
goodbye. High skill cap champion.
Oh,
Critical Nugs caught out as well with the demonic hand from Jacobri. And finally, the homework is done. Argo getting chased away from that blast plant, and that will secure this Baron for sure. Not a fast
yeah,
Baron
and I
by
think
any
Argo
stretch
dies
of the
here.
imagination, as Argo, almost certain to die here, will go down. Eventually, Crazy Dog trying to buy the space, but Jacobri will secure that.
Oh,
Crazy Dog
might
now
just
might
die
go
here
down
because
as
of that.
well. Yeah, the Tangle Barbs from Hexify does not connect, and that I think was the last chance for Tark to survive. Now 13-9 is the score. Baron on their backs, an 8-5 Garen, and I think Zyke is putting on the Dom hat right now.
Yep, they're just now extremely strong. They got the minute they got the Black Cleaver completed, it's where Argo and Dom just can't compete anymore. The goal lead is 8K, even though the kills are 13-9. Just so much value, so much difference in just overall gold that was collected for the towers in the pocket of Bloom Gaming. The third dragon will probably be secured by Bloom, but there's a possibility we don't make it so because Bloom is that far ahead.
Yeah, it really feels like they should be able to close it out, or at least make this game beyond the pale with this Baron. Break at least one inhibitor, start pushing in to the base. It's just a question of how long can Average make this game go before the hammer falls. A bit of an unfortunate turn of phrase there, I suppose, with Poppy being one of the ones to be hammered, but so it goes.
Yep, dragon about to be spawned here. A lot of time of the Baron, it was actually being used just to secure this pit, while Zig is pushing out the mid wave, trying to force someone to kind of answer it, and that's going to be Critical Nugs. That's an ADC that's being used to try to stop this Garen from pushing out.
Yeah, you don't win that. And now Garen has drawn all 5 members over, which means that this Cloud Drake will be taken for free. And then
And
Bloom can rotate straight down to the bot lane and get another turret there.
And at the same time, Zik is going to move his way to the top lane, kind of making the separation of both these pushes as far as it could be. And look who's actually going to match Zik. It's going to be Hexify. And Hexify has a lot of that team fighting ability, and that's just going to be gone. There's a fight that breaks out.
Similarly, on the other side of the map, Dom, the armor specialist, is facing off against the magic damage focused Jacobri. That's going well for him, as you can see by the health bar.
Yep. And Zik will end up getting a Hullbreaker, this third item. The minute that happens, it's just no one's going to be able to kind of... Actually, it doesn't even matter. No one's actually able to stop Zik anyway.
Dom's about to die here, just to the poke from Jacobri. The other 3 members able to break in that turret. However, Dom does get a great slam. 3-man ultimate from the Pop Blossom as well. Does so much work.
Oh
but will
my
it
God.
be enough? Average just does not have the health bars here. Zik is finally joining the fight. 2 members already dead. Hexify in trouble as well, as Loveless just absolutely fearless on the front lines of this. Is just Argo and Crazy Dog left, and that might be the last nail in the coffin. Mid inhibitor about to fall. Zik taking out the top one as well. The bot turret being pushed up into by minions. They're going to take all 3 inhibitors at once here, Bully, and I don't think there's any hope left for the average Joes.
Yeah, and that was like almost best case scenario right there, as they got a fight that they were looking for, but in the end it was way too late. They're just so far behind in gold, and they just got, after they used everything to try to kill Scoops and Cloudbreed, they just got wiped by the rest of the team.
Yeah, they are going to lose Zik here. Just overextending, getting a little bit too greedy with their choices. Sounds like the story of this series, but the writing is on the wall. 2 minutes until the next Baron, and Bully, I don't think we'll see it.
11.2k gold lead right now. 16 kills to 12. This might be the highest difference in gold relative to kills I have ever seen.
Yeah.
It's a ton, and a big part of that is because you just get extra gold. Senna, a big part of that was a lot of turret plates. But two two inhibitors down. Hullbreaker completed for Zik, so they're gonna be very hard to kill now in the side lane. They're gonna have to send 4 people to probably kill her, at least 3. And a big part of this game is I felt like Critical Nugs just never got going.
Yeah, no, the idea of that lane was, of course, that Crazy Dog and Crit were going to lose that. They were going to suffer into Scoobs and Cloudberry early, but as long as they could get out of laning phase, they should have been fine. Problem was, by the
Yeah,
time
and
they got out of laning phase, they were just too far behind.
yeah, I think the idea I feel like they had to just try to force major team fights with the massive ultimates that they do have. They ended up getting some, but like the Bloom Gaming comp was able to separate the entire average shows comp very easily. So they're never able to get that, 5-man fight. They're never able to get multiple members just caught in unstoppable force with the Pop Blossom on top of them until 25 minutes into the game.
Yeah, absolutely. It's rough for this average Joe squad because you can see how much they wanted it. You can see how much effort they put into giving themselves the opportunities. They just didn't have the chances to execute, and now it's too far gone.
Yeah.
Hexify caught out here, forced to use that Zanya's, but it might not be enough. The Encore coming out will lock them down, and they get blown up. Without the mid laner, without the Pop Blossom on the field, this defense becomes even more dangerous. And I am proven wrong. The Baron will come up just long enough to be taken down by Bloom here as a last little celebration of this game 5.
Well, I think the celebration is actually going to be that dragon that's going to be up in 25 seconds. They're going to finally get the soul. They're going to finally get a lot more dragons than average shows. So I think they're going to celebrate that.
Small victories here alongside the large victory, I suppose.
They definitely try to make a statement. I definitely like the idea. I like the crazy thing is this almost was a 3-game series. It was one Baron. It was literally one Baron that changed the game. And both these teams definitely showed that they had promise. Like, this is supposed to be, big one-sided affair. Maybe 3 or possibly 4 games. But Average Joe's came out and made it a 5-game series. So very big props to them.
Mm-hmm.
But what is Zik doing?
Zik is having fun. Zik is I'm not gonna say that Zik is inting. They have almost all of the kills, but Zik is making interesting tactical choices.
Just getting pressure. It does have a major effect. Is where like you're just creating so much pressure that it's like, oh, we get the kill, but like all the minions are pushed up into our base. We can't really get off of it. There's no Baron. There's no Dragon. There's nothing we could actually do.
Dom doesn't win this, by the way. Dom is just going to sit there and get auto-attacked until he dies. Crazy Dog, similarly, just going to get rooted up, locked down, knocked up until he falls as well. Double combo from Cloudberry over the wall. I mean, Average is
Oh
just
my
falling
God,
apart
Scoops,
at the
this one's.
seams.
You know, Scoops did so much work there just trying to whittle Dom down, and then Jacobri just comes in, just swipes it.
Yeah, Scoops was sending a message. Jacobri just hit the exclamation point.
Scoops is like, I want my first kill of the game, and Jacobri said no. But two inhibitors down, third one is open. Argo, Hexify are looking to just try to clear the mini away, but Scoops is able just to auto this turret from basically, or the inhibitor from basically the second inhibitor in the middle. So all three inhibitors are down. The big thing they just need to do is walk these minis in and end the game.
Yeah, with Baron on top of it, with the Demolish, it should be pretty trivial. Scoobs and Cloudberry sent back, but that just delays the inevitable here. Crazy taking a whole bunch of damage. Going to go down before the Cosmic Radiance.
Oh,
Nope, just barely surviving here. Will manage to stay alive for a bit. Dawning Shadow over the top of a Demonic Ascended. Jacobri will just make sure that nobody dies. The health bar is still so full for this Bloom squad. You gotta feel bad for Average Joes as they all fall in series. A triple kill for Garen to end the game. 23-14 in your final score. Bloom Gaming reverse sweeps Average Joes 3-2.
you know, in the entire series, after we saw game two, I'm surprised we didn't see Garen picked a little bit more often from Average Joes. That was almost a 1v9 carry template, and most likely it was a 2v8 because of the Nocturne Garen. And in this last game, even though Zig died quite a bit of times, he was able to get just ridiculous pressure, doing a lot of damage in these team fights. And with the
Absolutely.
like basically a support cast of the Senna, I said Senna twice, Seraphine Senna and the Rel, it's basically just CC chain to death for the rest of the average Joe's team comp. So props to Bloom Gaming as they close out a reverse sweep, and this was just the round of 12. So much more playoff action is gonna be there in the future.
Yeah, there's tons more fun to follow. And this isn't the only division that is heading into playoffs. We have Gold, we have IBS, and we have Masters all still.
Masters done.
No, Diamond, sorry. I
Diamond,
forgot.
Diamond, yeah.
I was the producer on Masters. I should know that Masters is done. It's been a long night, folks. Um, we've got leagues just every night still ticking through, so there's gonna be more action like this. I'm pretty sure I heard through the grapevine that every best of 5 so far outside of Masters has gone to 5 games, so there's a ton of
Stream games.
fascinating,
Stream games.
well, yeah, every stream game has gone to 5, so every time you tune into this channel, it feels like there's a series worth watching. So drop a follow, drop a subscription if you like. Love to have y'all paying my salary. But all jokes aside, folks, it's been a long one, and I think it's time for us to say goodnight. Thank you for coming out. Thank you for supporting the BOL. Thank you for playing in these leagues. We love having all y'all players, coaches, and teams coming out and trying your hand at becoming number one. But I have been alls for myself, for Bully, for Caddy behind the scenes, and for everyone here at the Blue Otter staff. Thank you all for coming out. We'll see you guys next week.